I did put that one in just now, but I didn't know there was no water in it. So that is a fresh one I just put there.
Yes.
Has to teach.
Where would you like Lisa?
Regular. I'm gonna leave it to Lisa to have her first go.
She could sit there. Cause you can
Right,
see, yeah, yeah, so
Yeah.
that's like the guest.
Maybe
seat.
right.
Take
Okay.
a couple of minutes.
You can be chief for an hour. Actually, maybe we should have vice chief Sockbeeson welcome people too.
Yeah.
Anyone want vice chief Sockbeeson welcome people?
Rachel, this Ross, you guys are surveying?
No.
Well, we have it here.
Oh, excellent.
So I will text him and make sure he gets that
Okay.
electronic to you too, because obviously there will be changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. This is like, it hasn't been piloted, and this is like,
Right over yours. Well, I am staring over your shoulder.
the team of us met, talked about it, and then there was just a couple from that team that went and did this. Okay, so I haven't even provided a comment yet, so this is pretty fresh.
Okay.
It was done by Monday, but Ralph, I haven't, he has some people here from the NIH and National Office, so it's sort of been
Hmm.
the connect or something.
Only if people turn their cameras on.
Oh, okay. So. Right here.
Bert said, sure.
Oh, good. Bert said yes. Bert said yes, he would do a blessing.
Okay. And then
So I just asked him to give a welcome. Start the meeting.
first or one first.
Pardon?
Him first or one first.
You start things, he does the blessing, and then we can ask the vice chief to welcome. And then we can do introductions.
Start.
Sure. Mhm.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Bob Checkaway. I'm not actually the chairman. I've been asked by Chairman Newell Louie to stand in his place and act as the chairman of the meeting. I'm actually, along with Nels Kramer, one of the two state members of the commission. A number of other members are participating from remote locations by Zoom. I'm pleasantly surprised to see all the members of the public. We don't usually get that kind of public attention. We recognize especially our VIP guest, Vice Chief Sockbeeson, who is still trying to figure out the coffee.
I'll help you in a minute.
And we may ask you to do something of welcoming for us, but first, can we call on you, Bert Polchis from the Penobscots?
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Grandfather, Great Spirit, in a humble, loving, and respectful way, we give you thanks for all the blessings, whether we realize them or not. I ask that you allow all of us, those that are sitting here on the commission, doing the work we were asked to do, and all of our people and all those that are here listening in, watching, We ask that you allow us to maintain open hearts, open minds. Let your energy flow through us that we can make the best decisions we need to make and provide the information that's necessary for us to do things, get work done. Siwaliwan. Siralagumugi. Oh.
Would you, may I ask you to be welcomed here?
Yes, I'm honored to do that. I'm part of the Penobscot Nation. Mark Sotheby's the Vice Chief of the Penobscot Nation. I'm hoping that the chief gets an opportunity to stop in. This kind of interrupted the schedule that he had coming back from being away. So I wanted to make sure and respect this group and be here and welcome you to the Penobscot Nation. Please feel free to make this your home while you're here for the day. And I look forward to discussions, further discussions with each of you. Thank you.
One. Shall we, there aren't many of us who are members at the table and a few more on Zoom, but can we go around the table, starting with Nels, the brief introduction?
Nels Kramer, state member. First year,
And you're from Enfield?
Enfield, yes.
I'm Bob Checkaway, the would-be chair. I'm the southernmost member of the commission residing in Freeport.
Jill Tompkins, I'm Penobscot tribal member and the executive director of MITSC.
Rachel Bell, I'm the projects coordinator with MITSC.
Lisa Sakabason, I'm here to speak about a project that Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness is co-leading, if I can say that word, with MITSC on, we'll talk more about it later.
Morning, Joseph Barnes, past party representing Indian Township.
We want to go.
We'll invite our guests to introduce themselves, although they're under no obligation to do so.
Sure, I'll start. Katie Donovan, graduate student at the University College.
Andrew Gilbert, the Maine State Museum curator for art.
Brian, Maine State Artist.
All of you.
On the screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who have we got on the screen, please?
Sam.
Sam St. John? Are you there?
Hello, yeah, Sam St. John, Holton Band of Mouse Indians.
And I can't see the screen. Is there anyone else there?
Maybe just ask Bert to introduce himself.
I'm sorry?
Just ask Bert's gonna introduce himself.
Yes, Bert.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to those that are present in person, as well as those that are patching in on this online thing. I'm Bert Polchis, one of two commissioners appointed by the Penobscot Nation. And hope we can get things done.
Well, that brings us to the disclosure, I guess, that we do not have a formal forum. So we're probably prohibited from taking official action, and this meeting will instead be informational, by which I guess I mean we get a dry run at the extensive materials that we're going through. Anything that requires more formal action would probably require ratification by the full or form is the full commission. They require ratification at our next meeting or some specially set meeting. With that, what's your preference, Madam Executive Director? Do you want to review the agenda?
Yeah, we scheduled this for 3 o'clock, but I don't think it's gonna go that long. Because the agenda has been posted and hopefully everybody has a copy. If you need one, please just let us know and send you one. So we're just gonna basically follow it with the exception of the United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission Native Community Outreach, America's Field Trip Youth Contest, the America2050.org, that organization had asked to have some time to talk about that, but they were not able to send a representative today. So, or even have someone on Zoom, I guess. So they'd asked to be set over till the January meeting. But otherwise, everything else should be ready to go.
All right, with that exception then, are there any objections or comments on the agenda? Anybody need to move off the posted timetable? And if not, we'll assume the agenda stands as slightly modified. Which would bring us, if I'm not rushing things, to page 2 and the cultural competence training progress report. Chair will recognize Jill Tompkins to start that at least.
The Wabanaki Cultural Competence Training is a project that MITSC has taken on. It's to help fulfill the Tribal State Collaboration Act that requires training of certain individuals within designated departments to receive cultural competency training. But we actually have a larger vision, so it's not just limited to state workers, but it will be and eventually available to anyone who is interested in taking this training. So we were really fortunate that we realized our limitations and reached out to look for someone who has experience in doing this and has been embedded in the Wabanaki communities. And so Dr. Lisa Sock-Basin, she's the co-CEO of Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, is here to maybe give us an update. To take it from there.
Again, my name is Lisa Sock-Basin. I am not a doctor. I wish I was, but I'm not. I do have a master's degree in public health and policy and do a lot of work in my leadership role at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, which is an organization that is ever growing. We have about 250 people that work for the organization, with 70% of those people being Indigenous and really being an amazingly diverse organization and place to work. At our organization, we've done a lot of training. We've done a lot of support in lots of different areas for non-Indigenous groups and Indigenous groups. I also, before I joined Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, that was about 7-ish years ago, a little bit less, I was working within state government. So I've had about a decade and a half within government as the director of the Office of Minority Health, which was a priority of the Baldacci administration and then continued through the administration we have today. So lots of priorities when I was within that office. One of the priorities we had was cultural competency and training around this area. My experience has led me to different approaches in terms of training than I once really leaned on. And it's been a really good opportunity to explore what that training could look like with both Jill and Rachel. So I handed out, and Jill, I believe this essentially came from you. This is the statutory requirement. This legislation has a number of things that it says it's going to do. Now, I know enough to know that if we did not have an organization like MITSC leading the way, this probably would not get done with the integrity that it's getting done. So that is kudos to the organization for taking this on, because this is not small work. This is actually, thank you so much. We figured, or not, I didn't, but you figured it out, Vice Chief. That's an accomplishment of the day. There's always a button. So what you have before you, and Bert and Sam, I'll make sure I send this to you, or my team does, by the end of today. It really is just an outline of the statutory requirement that Jill had put together. What is bolded in the center, or not really center, 3/4 of the way down, is the effort that we're talking about today. The cultural competency training for state workers. What does that entail? And what do we need to do to make sure that this legislation is actually come to fruition and being followed? So that's all that page is. As we've walked through this journey, there's been a lot of different areas of work that's been completed. One area of work, again, led by Rachel and Jill, has been the area of seeking cultural advisors and making sure that we're including our communities in providing us the knowledge that we need to pull the training together, again, with integrity. We've compiled a list of those advisors. I'm going to ask Jill or Rachel if they want to provide any information about that process. Because I think that process has been really important. We haven't gotten to the place yet of leaning on these advisors or even reaching out to the advisors. We have compiled a list of potential advisors. That's where we're at. But we will be leaning on them later on in the process, but we thought it important to be calling them in the very beginning.
Right. I thought it was important that we make sure we have each of the 5 communities' perspectives. So we have developed a sort of a nomination form and asked tribal members, who would they go to if they had a question about a culture, about a tradition or a custom or a protocol, things that they think that either non-tribal member or non-Indian might need to know. What would help if they knew that the relationship would work better. So there's going to also be an online nomination form. I think it's already set up. I'd have to check. There's a QR code. I'm just learning about those. So we will have that out. There is actually a list already of individuals within the communities who have been, been doing training, and they're recognized for their knowledge and expertise in cultural matters. That was really helpful that Wabanaki's already developed. So from there, and we kind of will winnow it down, we're looking for 4 representatives from each tribal community to make sure that we have a small enough working group that we can get something done. They're only going to need to meet a couple of times. We'll have sort of a draft syllabus or curriculum for them to look at in the beginning, say, are these the kind of topics you think need to be covered? And then keep them updated as it's developed. And then as we get toward the end of it, and this is actually funded by,
Was it?
I think by the Broadreach Foundation. We have a 2-year grant. So this is a 2-year project. We figure we're going to be very deliberate about it. So the first year is spent in this development phase. But then toward the end, we bring the advisors back in to kind of look at the near complete curriculum to make sure it's matching up with what they thought was important.
I think that was great. I mean, already in the process, what we've seen is in some communities, you're seeing repeated people being nominated, which is something that we would expect. And so that's been really great to see that community involvement. But real promotion of that QR code, once we have it all to you, is really, would be really valued, because getting that team together is really important. And we'll be getting that team together probably within the winter, at least initially winter months. So getting that out there and encouraged will be vital to our success. Another area that's vital to our success, and I'm thinking, Jill, you came up with this idea too about the survey in communities. And one of the things we wanted to be sure is that whatever training that's provided, it really reflects the experiences of the people who have had them with the system, with those working within the system, working with tribes, and those tribal citizens and people who are outside the system trying to work with the state. Where have been the real gems where things have worked really well? And I think about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I'm sure there's lots of stories within that process, but I think about the real gem that process really provided our communities in, yes, truth telling, but real policy change. So with this survey, we have established that it would be important if we surveyed people within state government who may have had difficulty with their own experiences, or also with positive experiences with their own knowledge base and how they've gotten there. And then also a tribal survey where any of us can participate as tribal people. And it's going to ask questions, and I'm going to actually, Rachel, can you hand those that way? And I'll hand these ones this way.
Okay.
One is that tribal survey that will be asked just from for tribal members, tribal people, and the other for people who work within state government. I hand this one to you, that tribal survey. Now, this is in absolute draft format for, and hey, Zeke and Sam will get this in their email as well to look at. Please, we want all feedback. This is something, obviously not to provide feedback today, but something to ponder. If you are within the state system, and I've had the pleasure of being within that system, like I said, for a decade and a half, what were some of the struggles within that system? And we want to hear about that so we can address those struggles in knowledge, or gaps in knowledge, I should say, in this training. So this is a start. We haven't pilot tested this. This was group think of some researchers that we met with. And yeah, please. And also what experience people have had already at the table, really helping us think about this survey. So this is the first time both Jill and Rachel are seeing it as well. Electronically, it isn't even in their mailboxes yet. It will be by the end of this day. So we have spent some time in that space, really trying to be thoughtful of the types of things that we are going to provide training on. And one of those areas of thought really was this survey. Jill, Rachel, do you have anything to add in terms of the survey process and where we're at so far?
I think you captured.
Yeah.
I guess the overall, your theme is that we want to be incredibly inclusive on both sides, tribal and state.
And we may be asking all of you to help us circulate this survey when it's ready.
That's right.
May I add a footnote? What may not be apparent to everyone here is that this was a creation of legislation. But while the legislation specified in some detail what the state agencies were expected to do in terms of designating a liaison and having plans and so on, they didn't provide any funding for this effort and stated only that there shall be cultural competency training in effective communication, collaboration between the agency and the tribe, and positive government-to-government state relations, period. Good luck. Nobody in the statutes even said that MITSC will do this. It was just left unattached to anything. So not only is MITSC sort of a volunteer, but the people who are doing this are making it up completely from the ground up.
With a lot of experience behind us, right? So that feels really good that, the people at the table both have experience within tribal governments and tribal communities. That is heavily covered, as well as people who have had a lot of experience within the state systems and can speak to those issues as well. So we will be perfecting, improving this survey. We ask for your feedback. We will ask definitely for your distribution. And this is what the training will be based on, as well as the experiences that are at the table. One of the other things, you are correct. There's always, yes, these are amazing things to get done, but there's not a lot of support in how those things are getting done. And one of the things we wanted to be sure is if we're putting all this effort into this training, how do we make this a mandatory training, not just for the tribal liaisons, I think is what the legislation calls these individuals, who are individuals in each department that are deemed tribal liaisons that apparently have skills to be able to engage with tribes in a in a good seamless way. What we know is that those tribal liaisons, some of them have no experience, but they have big hearts to want to engage. So really trying to provide them and prioritize them in the training makes sense, and that is outlined in the legislation. What is not outlined in the legislation is that tribal people and tribal governments interface with all the systems within the state system. And how or what type of process is it to make this a mandatory training for all people within state government? I know that's a lot of people. I used to work there. And I was within the largest department, DHHS, which at that time had, you're talking anywhere between 35 and 5,000 people. And I know that there were mandatory trainings that we had to take. Those trainings were sexual, harassment trainings, domestic violence trainings, and many other language access trainings, many other trainings. Some of those trainings were mandatory because of an agreement with the Office of Civil Rights, because of something that shouldn't have happened that happened, and now we have to correct it. So we put in these training mandates. Now, I'm not silly enough to think that a training will solve tribal state relations difficulties, but I do think it gets us further along the continuum of cultural competency, where people may have absolutely no knowledge, which then with no knowledge, how do you have deep respect? And we really want to get people down that continuum of deep respect. And this training could get us there with the right involvement, the distribution of the information. I think we could actually make big impact. So we are scheduling a meeting with the State Training and Educational Unit. C2 is what it's called, SETU. That unit is what holds all the mandatory trainings for state government and also other trainings that are just good to have. And so having a meeting with them and understanding, what does it take? Hopefully it wouldn't take a lawsuit or, like some of these other trainings had to take. Hopefully it just takes some stories, some stories from people within and external that have meaningful things to share that will just improve the systems for all people. So we're going through that process too. I'm going to stop there and see if there's anything that I should have added, Rachel and Jill, and take any questions, open for conversation.
I think this is a very big project because there's so much that you could try to cover in a training, but what's realistic? How many days or hours should be put into it? So I did include just a really skeletal outline of all the things that we could cover in the materials. So right now it's just like three pages, but it's starts on page 2 of the materials. So we haven't really, dug into it or anything, but it was just sort of putting thoughts down as we've been working with the state agencies. Where are we finding that there are some spots that could use some attention?
And state government, it's a big beast. There's a lot of departments and those liaisons cover those departments. So you're talking, IF&W, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and DHHS. They just are different entities in and of themselves. Their cultures, the people that work there, the demographics of those individuals, the experiences that they might have had working with Indigenous people. So this needs to cover support for all. That's the complexity, but that's what's also fun.
Vision could be tailoring it to the needs of particular agencies like prisons. They have special considerations there. So, but my biggest concern is sustainability. It's like we can put all this work in here. We'll have some wonderful materials. There'll be video for people who can get trained as they come on board, because there's going to be like rotating state employees, I imagine. So they're not all going to be attending at one time. But where's this training going to live, and who's going to keep it going, and where's the funding going to come from? So hopefully we can maybe talk to the Wabanaki Alliance because there needs to be some fine tuning of this tribal state collaboration act. So, and one of it is that it's really an unfunded mandate and how to address that.
Yeah. And what do we do in the meantime? Because addressing it through the system is going to take you time, and you may have success and you may not. Addressing it in a creative way with people who are really committed to this work often gives you the sustainability that you're striving for. So I think philanthropy has come forward in a big way to make sure this happens. I think there are always creative strategies to ensure that this material stays relevant into the future, and there's electronic ways for us to be able to lean into. But you're right, it needs to be held somewhere. Hence the partnership with the state education and training unit, the partnership that we have not yet established, but we are going to try to.
And we will be holding meetings at each community as well. So going to them as well. So it's not just come to us and feed us their information.
Does the statute provide for ongoing training, or does it envision just a one and done kind of? I don't remember it saying it shall be every year, but it's not going to be meaningful if it's just one and done.
Yeah.
Another part that the legislature didn't really flesh out.
Yeah, and I think that's why we would rather flesh it out for them. And we want this every single year. We want there to be sustainability built in. We want it to be effective. Nobody wants to put this much effort into anything and then find out you're never effective. That's no fun. So absolutely, I think it is for us to take the leadership here and say, you can be as vague as you want to, legislature, but we're going to be real clear. And this is what we're asking for. And we're going to do it. So yes, we can go back and ask for that clarity, or we can provide the clarity and just do it. And that's what I find more success in than relying on the system to respond to your needs.
Certainly seems consistent with the intention of the legislature to be an ongoing program.
Right. And that's our goal, right? To stay consistent with the intention. While, sorry, we need to move faster.
The other thing is enforcement too, who's gonna say, did you take this mandatory training? Who's there to follow up and hold people accountable?
Hence, working with the state education and training unit. Because when I was in state government, I was well aware of the trainings that I had not yet taken that I needed to. They let you know all the time. If you work for state government, you know. So that's another thing. And when you get your review every year, guess what? It just automatically sort of populates in your review. So there are systems already to ensure that you take your sexual harassment training, that you take this training and that training. There's no reason why there should not be a mandatory training for all government employees on how to work in a government-to-government relationship with the nations within the territory that you live. It makes no sense. So getting it mandatory has a system to take care of that. If we don't go in that route, then you're right. How do you build that sustainability system? You can do it, but I'd rather not.
No, I'm good.
Yes, I don't want this to sound too heavy-handed. What I would love is that the word gets out. Oh, I went to the cultural competency training. It was amazing.
Yeah.
And we touched hearts and minds, and I see things in a different way. And as opposed to, thou shalt go to this training, that people are excited to go and that there's no room in a particular class and they're upset to be on the waiting list, that kind of thing. So I'm excited about, because it really does have the potential to be that kind of an experience.
And I think we will have that. I think we will have that with a large percentage of people. And it's all the people that we're striving for as well. Changing hearts and minds, regardless of where you are on the spectrum of cultural competency.
Lisa, when you talk about this being a mandate, and I guess at an HR level.
Yeah, it's an HR policy level.
Yeah, so, and again, talked about enforcement and how that pertains to making sure that those are met. What do you see? How does it look with facilitating those? Is that from the 4 members that are hoped to be part of the communities that would facilitate that? I don't know. I think it's some great discussion and how to get that in place. And I think you're exactly right when you hit that point of evaluating your employment and meeting these mandates and grading that into everyone's, concern and where does that take me to my increase in wages or whatever. Then it starts hitting people more sensitive to make sure and pay attention to it. So I think that enforcement part of it is there, the facilitation of it, I guess, from the MITSC board or who that would be,
How does that work,
Yeah.
right? So,
Okay.
right, and the answer to that question is we don't know what it looks like right now. Where we can start is a meeting where we meet with that training unit who leads that training unit and start to ask those questions. How does this happen? What is the process? And then come back, obviously, to MITSC and then it really is up to you all and what steps to take from there. I have a feeling we could get buy-in.
Was an Office of Tribal State Affairs proposed last legislative session. But it didn't move forward. One of the responsibilities under that office would have been to kind of oversee this kind of thing and connect people within the state government to the tribes and be a liaison that way, kind of a broad way. But it didn't move ahead. So I don't know if that's going to get brought back and proposed again or not. But that might be something to think about as part of the solution.
And what we know is there's already systems in place for this. How to infiltrate the system is where we're at right now, is figuring that out and figuring out what the next steps beyond that will be. Any other questions?
Just for the commission members, the contract with Wabanaki Health Wellness is in your materials at page 5.
So recently signed, sorry, we just got that.
It's completed.
It's a process, and that wasn't just a process that was a process on our end at Wabanaki because, well, we're all learning and growing and developing our systems as we do. I'll just say that.
I saw an effective date of July 24. Is that?
I've been talking for a while.
Yeah, actually Lisa was helpful in us developing our grant application. Reached out to her and said, how do you think we should do this? And so actually, if you look at the grant application, there's a whole time and task plan and that's kind of spelled out what the different components are. It was through talking with Lisa that came about. Then we were like officially saying, okay, let's really partner on this. And that was in July. Just took a while for the paperwork to make its way through the different administrative channels.
So this isn't yet assigned.
It is actually.
Okay. And effective as of July.
Right. We haven't gotten billed for anything yet.
Are we done with this item?
I think so. I really appreciate the time. I would say there's a lot we can do in lieu of legislation with no teeth or legislation with no funding. There's so much we can do with that. And moving with this funding from Broadreach as an example, is that this would have been really hard to move without that. And so I think the legislation is super important and we can have action while we're waiting for them to catch up. So just thank you so much and can't wait to report back when we have more progress.
You,
Thank you for.
Thank you.
I think it's entirely fair to assume that the legislature, since they didn't mandate anything more specific, is bowing to whoever does the work to make it their project.
And Ian, to be fair, it's the community who knows the quality of work that they want done. They know what the needs are. So having it vague and having a picture, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to have funding, don't get me wrong, but having it written as it's written allows us to co-create with our communities in such a way that is not prescribed to us. So there's some value in this. I really want to stress that. And we're going to always do more for our communities than any legislation tells us to do. And so I think that would be true for this as well. Thank you all.
And good luck.
Thanks.
Louis one.
To our,
Only one.
for our 11 o'clock break.
Yeah, maybe a good time to take your break and then we'll keep.
Okay, for those of you, oh, Zeke, there you are. Welcome. Those of you on the live stream, or the Zoom, we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule. And we'll be taking our 11 o'clock break and resume. And
No, what time is it now?
It's 10:47.
At 11, come back at 11.
come back at 11. See you all then.
Well, my break, I have to go all the way downstairs and outside, take a break. I'm patching in here from
I don't really know what it's like on the other end.
Morgantown, West Virginia.
The thing comes up that says break or.
Bert, can you hear me?
Yes,
How's your brother?
he's doing better. I was able to actually finally talk to him. I have to check because I know at one point they were talking about the possibility of moving him out of ICU, and they did take the breathing tube that they had going down his throat. They did take that out and put him on a CPAP. So now he is able to talk again. It was kind of scary for a while, but I have to at some point give a call and check in on him again today. I'm actually in West Virginia right now. We have our youngest daughter. We're looking at West Virginia University here. Because she's in, she's looking like this is the place she's looking at trying to go. But I kind of was hoping she'd be closer up to like Poughkeepsie or something. It's better driving distance, and I like them out. I like those areas. Anyhow, so I'm gonna go take a break too. Did you hear all that? Hello? Oh, y'all are muted. I can't hear a thing you guys are saying. Anyway, okay, I'm taking my break.
Do you want to sit over here? Maybe because of. Used to running courtrooms. I feel like we should say we're back on the record.
I forgot. I bet that's a. Bobby Maple, never heard.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
So much.
Beautiful.
Actually came and spoke with us, past McCarty Maple.
Oh.
It's the retreat.
Just in our office yesterday.
Yep.
Up in Jackson.
It's got a lot of energy.
Oh. That one all the time.
She's retiring or scaling back.
Been retiring for 2 years.
Her daughter's taking over the.
Her daughter, yeah, it's her and her daughter pretty much run the whole thing, but yeah. She's been saying for 2 years.
Who runs past McCoy Maple?
Marie, Horners, they call her Rick.
You stayed for the whole time, right? The whole retreat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, she was on the kind of the business panel, got split up, but she was the second person, spoke after Brian Altivator.
Oh, maybe I left after Brian. Yeah.
She was.
Oh, yeah, something happened, something ran late, and then there was a change one way, well, this is gonna end early, and then it didn't. Be back in our,
I think
back on
so.
the record, as you would say.
Yes.
All right, it's a little bit after 11. We'll call that the end of the break. If anybody is on the, all those of you on the live stream, I think you should be able to hear us. I don't see the little mute on. If you're having trouble hearing us, you should speak up. But otherwise, we'll move on to the 11:15 section of the agenda on MITSC Archives Management, where we are pleased to welcome as guest speaker Kate McBrien, the Maine State Archivist. Is Greg Curtis here?
But he is not.
And with that, Kate, take it away.
Do you mind if I say just a couple of things? So, oh, there he is. Great. Good morning. Mr. Curtis.
We also welcome Greg Curtis, Director of the Folger Library Special Collections.
So as you all know, MITSC was established in 1980, so it's been in place now for 44 years. So in 44 years, you can accumulate a lot of records. But MITSC only has a tiny little office at the Cobscook Institute. So I want to say, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, John.
Well, more like about 15.
Okay.
Early records of 2010.
Okay. No. So one of the, I don't know if it was John or somebody, one of the managing directors or executive directors had made contact with the University of Maine at Orono and the is it Folger or?
Fogler.
Fogler, okay, Fogler Library, to see if maybe they could store what MITSC was calling its archives. So there are like 44 boxes there, I believe.
Well, 26, because some were taken out
Oh.
at there's shows some suppression of certain boxes on the request of the commission. So there's 26 officially at the moment, but they were probably combined too.
Okay, so, yeah, so apparently, as you can see, I'm learning the history of all these records as well. So those boxes ended up there, but we also still had some boxes at the office. And we have since acquired storage space in Orono just to store those before we get this kind of all settled out and see where they should live. So they are mostly paper files. There's not a lot of there's a digital kind of hard drive that John Diefenbacher Paul did put together, but MITSC doesn't have an office where everybody goes and sits there. During the pandemic, people started to work remotely from home, and, that's fine. But the thing is that people were working on their individual laptops, and it wasn't being saved to a particular place, it wasn't networked. So we were able to actually, set up a Google Drive as a, stopgap measure. So now we're creating documents because we have them all in one place. So we're going to be working, I think, on that digital storage of our records. So I think that's a step forward because, it's hard when I just started a year ago, and trying to find, what decisions were made before can be challenging. So I was driving along and I don't remember where I was going, but I was somewhere in the woods or on Route 9, and I get a phone call from Kate. And I was like, oh, so maybe I'll let you take it over from there.
Sure, sure. I think one of the questions that came up, as Greg was looking through the collection, and the state archives was, kind of reexamining our role within various organizations and state government, is, are the records of MITSC state records? And of course, being a, quasi-independent commission, it's a mix of state government, but also all the tribal governments. I think the issue becomes, because of the state government's role, more and more of the records are really considered public records and are supposed to be publicly available, and could be managed by the Maine State Archives as public records. And in doing that, what we do is we work with agencies to establish records retention schedules that very clearly defines what records are you collecting or creating, what are you using, which ones have we all agreed that could be destroyed because they're not important. Like every invoice for paper towels really does not need to be kept, and I'm going to encourage you to destroy those at the appropriate amount of time. But your commission meeting minutes are going to be very important for not only for you and your work, but also for the future, for generations to go back and look and see, how did all of this develop and what were the issues that you were thinking through and how were you arriving at decisions? And so that's really what the role of the Maine State Archives is within state government, is helping agencies as well as local municipalities to figure out what records are they creating, how long should those records live, and then anything that we all agree should be archival, should be preserved forever. The state archives can help you with that, can help serve that role. We fortunately have an amazing relationship with the University of Maine Folklore Library, that they are an approved alternate repository. So which basically means they've agreed to be responsible and store and help make publicly accessible public records. But it's still recognized that those are state records. They're going to be available to the public, anyone in the public, as needed. And it's a great, great working relationship that also puts the paper where it's most accessible, which is a big goal of alternate repository relationships. So what I would love to propose and work through with all of you is that the MITSC records be considered state records in the management of the Maine State Archives, but done through an MOU that can be looked at every couple of years. We can adjust, we can agree to dissolve it if needed, but we can agree to keep renewing it. What that would do would help you to have public cover for any records that you're creating about what you're supposed to keep and then what you can destroy. We're finding a lot now with freedom of information access requests that are happening in state agencies all around the country, that people are asking for records. And if you have that cover of, nope, our retention schedule says that could be destroyed after a certain amount of time, and so we don't have it, that gives you that public and legal protection that if you don't have a record, you don't have to produce it. But it also ensures that the records that are really, really important to you, that need to be kept for the future, for history, that we can do that as well. So we've drafted out, I just kind of really sketched out and have not talked with Jill or Greg about this more, but just some really rough ideas. So this is just meant to be a start, totally open to changing, but just the idea of generally how this might work.
that the state archives would agree to help manage your records. That MITSC would work with the state archives to determine what records are you producing, what records are really important, how long should those live. We all kind of come to an agreement. That goes to our Archives Advisory Board for review and approval as well. And then we would work with the University of Maine Fogler Library to actually store those paper records, which they're doing now, and they're doing such an amazing job. It's really kind of just continuing that, but doing it through a more approved,
Right.
clear, transparent way. The other thing that we can do is I'm very fortunate that I have an amazing imaging services department. And so we would offer to digitize any of the paper records that you have for free. Get those all digitally available, which makes them a lot more accessible for everybody. And we also are developing a new digital preservation system. It's basically like a digital warehouse in the cloud, where we can upload all of those records. We can give access to anyone that you say should have access to it within that system, so you can see everything. But then we also have a public website portion of that, so that all of those digital records will be put on that, or the ones that are open to the public and the public should see, they can all be put on this public website so that all of your citizens can also easily access from home, from the comfort of their living room, see all of those records for themselves. That was a lot. I live in the world of like records and paper. So like, to me, it's like, yeah, it makes sense. But look, what questions do you have? Where does this make sense? Where does it not? What can I help you?
Well, people know that on page 9 is the draft elements of the MOU, so you can see that for yourself. And then I was just kind of interested in what the retention policies look like. So I looked at the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Nations to see what they had. And so I included a couple of pages of that for you on 11 and 12, but it goes on for pages and pages and pages. And so I presume that somebody at the commission there had to create these descriptions.
What they did is they worked with our staff to create the descriptions. We do a lot of back and forth because obviously they know the content, but sometimes we know what information is really important to put in there so that in 20 years, someone looking back on it still understands what that program, what that document is. And there's lots of back and forth. And then we all sort of talk through and agree and look at other states and other examples and other communities, other commissions. What would be a really common retention period for a, published report or your invoices for paper towels?
Actually, one of the prompts for this whole discussion was I had gotten a request from Professor,
Pauling, probably.
pardon?
Pauling?
Yes, Michael Pauling.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had a couple of graduate students who wanted to see MITSC records from like the 80s, I believe. And when they came to the library, they were told these are private. You can't look at them. And so there's a question, asked to me, can they look at them? And I was like, I don't even know what are in those boxes. So I did go over and there is an array of things
Sure.
that are in there. So that was one issue. But then the other issue that came up was, is MITSC a state agency? And so we actually ended up getting the Attorney General's office involved, and Newell had already sent a letter around and we'll talk about it more later, the employee benefits issue. Are we a state agency for that purpose? So one half of the Attorney General's office said, yes, these are state records and you should be covered by the Freedom of Access law. And another section said, no, we don't think, that's your state agency for purposes of these benefits. So we're still working on that. So I think that's where we're at.
That is an issue that has bothered the commission as long as I remember, is are we part of the state or not? And it depends on which part of the statutes you look at. And so for some reason, nobody has ever tried to get a hard answer to that. So it's all still been up in the air till at least the recent AG opinions. Now, I think just looking at the examples from the permanent commission, and wondering, does an agency get to set its own retention limits without limitation? Like, can we say, you have to keep your minutes for 2 years?
They don't. What they do is they work with my office and we kind of negotiate back and forth. We try to work with any agency and any commission to figure out how long do they need the records, what's reasonable for them. But then we also look at legal requirements, you know, for like anything that could involve a lawsuit or financial requirements. But then we also bring in historical need. So in the state archives opinion, is this historical and would really be valuable for generations to come? And then we kind of work with the commission as well to make sure that they agree. Ultimately, I've only seen it a couple of times. Our Archives Advisory Board and ultimately me has the decision and the authority to set the retention period. I've only seen it a couple of times that we've disagreed with an agency. Typically because it's something an agency is not particularly proud of and would like to see go away. And the archives has to say, no, that's actually very historic and we're going to preserve that. But usually it's pretty straightforward.
I'm just guessing we've never destroyed or discarded anything.
Probably not. Most Mainers. I mean, this is actually the fabulous thing about Maine is people don't throw things away. So we actually didn't become a state archives until 1965, but our earliest record is from 1639 because everybody kept everything. So we have 62,000 boxes of archival records.
Could you talk a little bit about, there's special guidelines for Native American records?
Mm-hmm. There's some protocol and guidelines for archives, how to work with Native American communities, respect access, as well as really give them authority in their voice and how those records are used and shared and interpreted. So there's actually various groups who've come out with their own, the Society of American Archivists, the Association of Canadian Archivists recently came out with some new guidelines and protocols. The Maine State Archives has become the very first state archives in the nation to become a collaborating partner with Local Contexts, which is a nonprofit organization. James Francis is actually on the board. He was one of the founders. And it is a group that is giving data authority to Indigenous communities, really embedding their sovereign rights into data in digital versions of the material that is from their communities. And so we're the first state archives to collaborate with them to actually work with each of nations in the land now called Maine to actually apply those traditional knowledge labels and interpretation and work with them to identify what records in the state archives are appropriate to share and what are not. But all of it is made available to the specific communities.
I know the phrase data sovereignty.
Yeah.
Has come to the forefront just recently.
It has. We had originally approached it assuming we would only have traditional knowledge application to a lot of our records, but I believe we may actually have some environmental data impact as well. Our records are really, really extensive, going back to the 1600s about colonial and Wabanaki interactions.
Greg, did you want to?
Just maybe a little bit of background of what I've learned on how we came to receive them. So I guess it was Richard Hollinger, who was my predecessor, retired about 3 years ago. I guess it was an unwritten agreement, sort of, that he was friends with John Diefenbacher-Krall, or is, I should say, still. And that's how they ended up coming to us. And it was an unwritten agreement that they would remain private. And so that's where that comes from. There's nothing formally written down that I was able to find on any of this, which when you came and visited and then you said about FOIA, that's really prompted my contact with you.
Yeah.
To say, we are not set up to handle these kind of requests, so. But we're certainly happy to participate like we are with the Orono. We have the Orono municipal records. We have some patent records that we store for the state archives. So it's a great partnership that we have.
There was a question about a gift letter or a gift of these.
I think that's just, there was some additional materials that came in, and I think that's what that gift letter refers to. I have talked with Desiree, who you met when you came. Desiree is our reference archivist and has a lot of knowledge going back a ways. And she said, you know, it was very much a informal agreement at that time that Richard had put together. I think he was a little bit hesitant, thinking that they were perhaps state records or more public records. But out of courtesy, that's why I think he took them, and he wanted to preserve them for, like all archivists do. So
It was you, and somebody did send me a copy of a letter that John had written, and I think gifting records to the library. But it was the the resource materials for the Suffolk University report. Had you talked about this? So I guess I was going to ask the commission if you were aware of that and what the reasoning was for why you would execute that gift.
Not aware of the background records.
Hey, Jill, I remember the Suffolk report, but what was the question?
That John wrote a letter or did a gift letter to the university, transferring like all the resource, the background documents that went into the research for that report to the library. And I was just wondering if you knew about the history of that. Maybe Bert, you've been on the commission a long time. Did you discuss that?
It might take some time for me to remember, but I mean, I was actually, I apologize. My break was a little longer because I had to go all the way downstairs. I'm in a hotel right now, so in West Virginia. But anyway, I mean, I caught part of this particular topic, and I heard some things that just you may have already covered, but I had a question as well. But as far as that goes, I cannot recall at this moment. I think if I do, I'll have to I'll share that. But I think one of the people that we can ask would be Jamie Bissonnette-Louis. She was the chair at the time, and so I think it would be important, maybe even touch her thoughts on it. But the question I had, though, since I'm on here, I heard something about at some point some of these records, they'll be digitized, but the paper, actual physical copies would be destroyed.
No. We will definitely keep all the paper.
Okay, because I was thinking about that, because I know historically, and with our this commission's efforts to bring up, we had people doing a lot of research to find the paper copies of all of what we've put forth, because a lot of even the legislators, said we didn't know that existed, so my concern is, I don't have much of a trust in all the electronics and stuff like that. I see the benefit, but at the same time, I still don't trust it, because things happen, things get destroyed, even in the digital realm, you know, and it's important, you know, I see an importance in maintaining that, because, you know, I know some of the stuff that we've brought forward, some of these legislators and other entities would love to see those things disappear. So, so that was my concern when I heard something about you know, they'd be digitized, but then, you know, all this other stuff would, you know, how long would it be retained? And at a certain point, they'd be, you know, destroyed or whatever. That's what I heard. And, you know, that was concerning to me. And I like the idea, you know, we're in Maine and we don't get rid of anything. Anyway,
I will just share, I'll share with you that I am of exactly the same mind. I love digitizing records only because it makes them a lot more accessible. And we're creating a very high quality digital version as a good backup if anything ever happened to that paper. But the important papers that need to live forever, that is still the most reliable medium. And I am just suspicious enough of digital content to know that you keep the paper. The paper is what you can rely on hundreds of years from now. Digital, that's what we're hoping, but we don't really know. So the paper is the reliable part of it. So that does not get destroyed. The only thing that gets destroyed of paper are the things that we all agree are not important and shouldn't be kept, like coordinating the meeting location of the next commission meeting. Like, is that really significant? Or like I said, the receipts for the paper towels. I don't think in 300 years, we need to go back and really understand a lot about your work just by, you know, from that. But the ones that are important, we keep, and we keep them. If they were created in paper, we keep them in paper.
All right, I
And I will-
appreciate that. And, you know, again, you know, when it comes to, you know, as far as, you know, JDK, you know, gifting that, those documents to, I think it would be better for us to have a better understanding of that if we need to, you know, to touch base with Jamie Bissonnette-Louis. You know, she has you know, an awesome memory, first of all, much better than mine right now. So
I could check the minutes too, because that letter does have a date on it, so I could maybe look at the commission minutes, because that's one thing they're really, really good about is keeping the minutes.
I will say at the moment, we have processed the collection, our standard processing, so they're in standard archival folders, boxes. They are in our climate controlled facility, storage facility, which is only accessible to staff. It's a locked facility, so we process them along the same standards as all of our other collections. So you don't have to worry about that.
can I have ask you a question on that one? Now, so have you done anything as far as digitizing them?
We have not.
Okay, so, you know, I think if they were at some point, or if they are at some point, I think that would kind of be, you know, be beneficial to those that might need some of the information. I'm all about transparency. You know, I'm all about, you know, because to me, if people have access, you know, to see, you know, some of the work that's been done and all the things that, you know, are of importance, our whole purpose is to, well, not our whole purpose, but one of the purposes that we have is to, you know, to be able to allow, you know, both sides, the tribal as well as state, to have an understanding of what's going on, so that way we can better make decisions that we need to make. And I think being able to allow even, you know, even the general public, for that matter, if they need to educate themselves, because, you know, and I stated before, you know, one of the things that I've done in the past, and you know, I mean, I'm not up that way right now, but starting next year, I'll be doing the same stuff I've been doing, you know, traveling around the state and stopping into these little local diners, and you know, with that, comes conversations with the local people, and that's how I know they've been fed so much misinformation as far as we as Wabanaki people, and I think that the more we can do, whatever it is we can to educate not just the legislature. I mean, it's important for those that are sitting in government to know the real information that they need to make, to make decisions, regarding how they deal with things, pertaining to our Wabanaki people. And, so in order to do that, because, some of these people that get elected into these seats for legislation, a lot of them are misinformed. And a lot of them don't really take the time to get themselves educated. That's why I'm so happy to see, some of the work that's being done to, we have people, allies, working together, trying to make that possible in the legislature. But I think, even before they get into the legislature, it would be good if they were knowledgeable of these things, because that might make a difference. Hopefully, it'll make a positive difference. So anyway, I'll get off my horse.
We'll leave one for that, Bert, and thank you, Kate and Mr. Curtis. Thank you for coming in and helping us with this. I think it's an awesome project to undertake. I have some similar thoughts as Bert. I'm curious about why some of it is private. Is there a content difference between the boxes that are public versus the ones that are private?
What I saw was, it looks like there were some financial records that were asked to be suppressed.
Were there HR type records?
I didn't look to see what they were, but it does look like that might be what it is.
And there are certain exclusions in the statute and under the retention policies for certain records are not public. So personnel records are.
Yeah, usually personnel records would be one.
Social security numbers, keeping those things confidential. We would work all of that out.
Yeah.
But in general, the most of it is accessible to the public?
It has been under this sort of hidden agreement that was out there. I think that's what we're trying to take care of now, to make it more public.
And there is a lot of interest in, because I've been getting calls lately about law students and graduate students. Katie's here, actually wanting to work with MITSC and, working on tribal state issues in other states and wanting to look at things. And, quite frankly, I don't really have the time to be running over to the university and saying, okay, which of these, boxes might contain, something about that issue. So if it was digitized, that would just be enormously helpful, I think, to everybody, because that is a concern, is what is the burden going to be on the university to agree to do this too.
So, and is there a concern about whether or not tribal leadership would be at all concerned with that move on our part?
See, as you asked the question, I seem to remember former managing director Paul Tebow explaining that there had been issues like that where tribal governments had brought information to the commission on the understanding that it not be made public. I don't know whether it went formally through executive session procedures, but there would have to be some way first to identify if there had been anything given under the understanding that it was proprietary, and then would have to make some protection for it, either to eliminate it or to keep it in a separate file, saying that anybody who wants this has to go to tribal court. Am I answering your question? The question was, is there anything that the tribal governments have considered non-public? And I think I've heard that.
Okay, yeah, that is helpful. And I'm not entirely sure where we should go from there, but that is a concern of mine to make sure, because, you know, I've been here for, what is it, going on 5 years? And in my time here, I haven't heard anything like that, but this has been here for 40 years. So, there's a lot that has happened, and I don't want us to move forward too quickly to just, you know, make everything public if there might be a concern with that on leadership end.
Once again, I think we might have to turn to Jamie, Bissonette, Louis, and or Paul to see if they in fact remember anything that was supposed to remain confidential, not part of the public record.
And once that is answered, a good way to kind of do that review could be for us to digitize those records, get them all into the digital preservation system, keep the paper, but also have them in the digital preservation system. So then you could give designated people access to review them digitally, rather than everyone trying to get to the Fogler Library and look at the
Right.
paper one-on-one. And we could then identify what should be made public, what should not, and restrict it that way before anything goes up onto a public website. So it would be, we could build into the MOU that nothing goes onto a public website until all parties have agreed that it is public and should be shared.
I think that's, that would be an important thing to put in place. So I thank you.
I'd like to see the minutes digitized first.
Yep.
So that you can search them all to see if there ever was a discussion on the record about that.
I think it's a great idea as well. Just to share a little bit from HPMI, we're working on creating a museum here. So access to some of those documents and whether or not we'd want to incorporate into our museum here would be sounds like a great opportunity.
Zeke, we're also going through and digitizing all of our historical records. So the Department of Indian Affairs, the Executive Committee, which just has tons and tons of historical documentation. So if you want to reach out to me, I'll try to send more directly to you. That could be useful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One.
It's some cool stuff.
I was not comfortable agreeing to say that the commission was a state agency. Because I believe that someone had raised that in the past and said, wait a minute, you know, we're independent, we're a tribal state. So I guess, is there a way to do this without actually saying that? We're saying, well, yes, we'll follow Title V or the.
I put that in just because that was sort of a starting point. I think we could take that out and we could just create an MOU that's, you know, reviewable, but follow a lot of the same procedures without saying that you fall under Title V. So I think there's ways to kind of go around that.
One of the things we will need to do, or I will need to do too, is to have passed whatever the MOU is past our legal counsel for the system. So, and that's should be a fairly straightforward though.
I would think so.
As odd as it may seem, I can easily envision an agreement that says parties don't settle whether this is a state agency for other purposes or not. But out of the goodness of their heart, they're going to, people will keep the materials over which we gain all control and discretion. No, it can be done.
It can be done. We can kind of act as if it's very similar in the process and setup as most of the other sort of retention schedules and agreements, things like that, without ever specifically saying that you fall under Title V. We just say we are agreeing to work together to manage the records.
What's the name of the group that you said James Francis was involved with?
Local contexts.
Oh, context.
Yeah.
We also participate in that too.
Yeah.
It might be, you know, and I don't know if the other tribes have historians or folks involved, like you're talking about, Zeke, with you're developing your cultural center, your museum, that are dealing with intellectual property issues. as we do here at Penobscot. There's quite a bit of attention paid to that. So maybe we should also talk with them. What do you think?
I think that, for Passamaquoddies, I know, at least at Indian Township, someone we might, that might touch base with is Donald Soktulma. He keeps track of a lot of that stuff, and he has a wealth of knowledge as well. And, not just him, but also I think the other person would be Chris Newell, Wayne Newell's son. Chris is very intelligent, knows a lot. And, those two people from Indian Township, I would think that maybe, we can touch base with. And I think, Joey, you're there, you can maybe even talk to them about, about this whole issue and how they can help us out here.
Yeah, the Passamaquoddy have worked with the Library of Congress and applied traditional knowledge labels through local context to those wax cylinder recordings from the 1890s, which are so fabulous. And so that's actually a great national example of it being used. We're going to look to do the same thing with the state archives.
The Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for HBMI is Isaac St. John, and he's the lead for the creation of the museum that we're working on. If you're looking for a contact person, I'm not entirely sure to what extent he's working on the protection of data, but that'd be a question for him.
Is it Chris Alexis, Mark? Who's our Tribal Historic Preservation Officer?
Chris Ocklis.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to put in there.
No.
As I started talking, I heard you mention asking Mark. Sorry, Zago.
Yes. I'm sorry. I will just need direction from the commission do I, continue to work on this MOU. Of course, we'll come back to the commission for approval. And it may be a little bit, because if we have to circulate it through the Tribal Historic Preservation offices, then that would be another step. But, does the commission want me to proceed down this path?
I think so. I think we can outline some issues that are unusual, like whether we're part of the state or not. And I think they can be adequately worked around so that the people who need access can still have access, that we don't have to keep 40 years worth of invoices for paper towels. And I bet that's exactly what we got.
Probably do. Yeah.
Nothing was ever thrown away. And if there is some zone of controversy, potential dispute over information that was intended at the time to remain confidential, we can find a way to cross that bridge, get there, I think.
Maybe that would be, we'd have to come, if there are controversial documents, what that process would look like.
We can build that right into this, definitely.
And my hesitation is renewing the MOU every 2 years. That seems like a short amount of time. 2 years goes fast.
Yeah, it does go fast. So we could do 5 years, we could do 10 years. I just wanted to build in some sort of opportunity for us all to check in and be like, yes, this is still working, or no, we want out completely. And just be able to build that opportunity in. So whatever time frame feels comfortable.
We have some agreements with the federal government because of our role. And it's in effect an MOU, and it's every 3 years review. So.
Any other comments?
I'm personally in favor of proceeding with the MOU, but I also wonder if this is a motion that requires quorum. I think we are far shy of that.
I believe that would be the case. That's my idea too, and I'm in favor of it as well. So
The point of order is well taken.
But you're not approving the MOU right now, the content of it. It's just almost directions as to what the work should be. not anywhere near done.
Yeah, this part of the agenda remains informational. Really.
Yeah.
I
think
would
that-
like to extend an invitation to everybody here, if you'd like to come see the archives, see some of the records that we have, but also see our imaging facilities and how we go through and digitize and do that. We would be really happy to take you on a tour.
And I would also say, if you want to come look at the records at the university, you're more than welcome to.
I'm just hoping not to spend a semester there.
They are in our, so they are in our off-site or out-of-building storage facility. It's on campus, but if you could just give me or anybody in special collections, you know, a couple days, because we do have to transport them over to the reading room.
We're in no rush.
I had thought, I was like, well, maybe we could take half of the commission meeting, all tromp over there and everybody gets a box. But maybe if we digitize them, you know, it's just, you know, still kept private, and then, you know, you can look at them online or something like that.
You don't have to do it all.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna be able to, but it's not enough hours. I'm just even thinking this is gonna be a very labor intensive process.
Yeah.
I know it probably would be, because anytime I try to scan anything, it's like, you know, one page takes me like 5 hours.
We do have a grant application outstanding, because I kind of anticipated this might happen. We haven't heard back on it. I'm not too optimistic about it because I know who our competition is. But so that's a possibility. It's just we really need a body, you know, to train them and say, okay, here's the standards that the commission has set. And can you apply those to the
If you come into possession of a huge trove of documents like this, how are they designated? I mean, do you hit them with a number stamp, or are they
Oh, no.
box number, or?
So we have massive collections. We have all of the bills that have ever been proposed in the legislature, both the ones that have passed and the ones that have died. We call the ones that died the legislative graveyard. That's like 2,000 boxes, just the graveyard. So we have some massive collections. What I have is a couple of staff members who go through and catalog everything. They make file lists, they describe, they go through every single box. They put them in archival boxes, they put them in acid-free folders. They make amazing descriptions like this finding aid, which says what is in it. And that's what we do on a daily basis. With all of that, we will also designate within our online catalog, and we use the very same archive space so our systems can talk. But we go through and we can designate this is confidential. It is not to be shared with the public, or this is not confidential. It's open. Any little notes that we want to add, but we physically go through all of it. I am actually working with the commission investigating the Lewiston tragedy as well, as an example, bringing in their records. They have both paper and digital. And I'm working with them very closely to designate within there what is confidential, what is public. We're going to be getting some horrific videos that I don't want people to see anytime, and it is legally confidential anyways. But we are really, really careful on being able to take things and preserve them, but also very clearly designate them of what can be shared, what cannot. And through local context, we'll also be able to designate sometimes in what way can they be shared. Are these for commercial purposes or not? Do these need tribal authority and permission before access is granted? You know, we can designate any of that.
This is the finding aid that we have,
Right.
and you can keep that.
Yeah, actually, I did for that at one point.
There's actually a question right there.
Okay. I just out of curiosity, when Greg was in the 26 box in the
Mhm.
process, to what extent are they cataloged? Not at all.
We typically, like the state archives, catalog it to the collection level, and then we have what we call the finding aid that describes what's in what the folder level. We don't go into if there's 25 items in that folder, we wouldn't go in and describe each. It's just way too labor intensive.
We do.
And it's oftentimes it's counterproductive to what the researcher is looking for, because they want to see all of the correspondence, let's say from 1993, as opposed to just John Smith's or something like that.
Yes, I love the fact that you're here, and you've been delightful to talk to, but, do you have a staff, and would you designate somebody on your staff, our liaison, or would that be me?
I want to be part of all of this.
Okay,
I'm right here.
that's good.
Yeah. And I'm happy to come back anytime and go to any of the communities.
I as well.
Thanks so much for being here. Sure.
Thank you very much. Very interesting.
Me too.
Just before we let you go,
Yes.
because Kate was interested in the that is quite a word.
It is a mouthful.
And the individual from the national organization couldn't be here, but Kate's been involved with the state level as well as knows something about the national. So
Yes.
talk a little bit about what this is.
Sure. So in 2026, America is going to celebrate its 250th birthday based on when the Declaration of Independence was signed. So it is the semi-quincentennial, which is a giant mouthful, and they really need to come up with a better name. But there is a federal level commission who is trying to organize at the national level some commemorations of this anniversary. Each of the states have also created their own commissions. And so Maine has our own semi-quincentennial commission. We have people appointed to serve on the commission. Unfortunately, there was a bill in the last legislature to have each of the Wabanaki communities appoint their own representative to that commission as well. And that bill died, which is very, very unfortunate. But the commission has been meeting. We are trying to work with communities to coordinate commemorations or activities, ways to connect and at least recognize America's 250th. One of the things I passed out, and this is all available online as well, so I'm happy to share links. But the American Association for State and Local History has really taken a lead in sort of providing guidance for ways for different groups to recognize this anniversary. And activities or programs that could be developed. So what I've handed out is sort of their guidebook, their suggestions for activities that could be done. The really difficult part with all of this is the nation and the state have not designated any funds to be used towards any of this work. So I know this is going to sound very familiar, right? They want you to do the work and they haven't given you any money to do it with. So our commission is meeting. We're trying to come up with ways to support and coordinate and highlight without actually being able to contribute funds towards that as well, which is always a struggle. I am really happy to, if anyone has questions or ideas or would like to connect about Maine's work with the semi-quincentennial, I'm really happy to chat with anybody and connect you to the right people as well. One of the big things in Maine, we have designated that our commission work is going to be about connecting and learning for communities, so that we're looking at not just the American Revolution, which was important history, but what are the lessons from the development of a nation? What were our values and our goals? What does democracy mean today? And really taking sort of the history of how our nation was founded and bringing that into today and the impact and helping to help communities really connect and explore those topics. Those are some of our goals that we've set for ourselves. The next step is going to be figuring out how to do that. So any suggestions would be fabulous as well.
I have something real quick, and I just, I know there are a lot of us, within the Penobscot Nation, family members, a lot of us are family. So, and I in particular, as well as my sibling, we're the seventh generation after my our great grandfather, which the town is named after, Orono. And like I said, I'm not the only one, but the fact that since his agreement with George Washington as well, along with chiefs from Passamaquoddy as well, have made an agreement to defeat the British in the waterways and stuff. That because at the time the colonists, George Washington and his military were losing that battle. If not because of that, for that agreement, and our efforts, this country wouldn't be the same. Wouldn't be the country it is today, most probably.
Right.
And the fact that generationally, we hold the honor of being able to say that we have, we are the longest generationally as far as serving for the protection of this country.
Mhm.
Nobody else has that claim in this country. And
That's right.
especially for us, so I think that it's very important that our people, and I would think, not necessarily me, but I think it would be important for that to be added into whatever they say, but I think it should be done in a very distinguished way, because this country does owe us. If anything, they owe to the memory of our people and the efforts, not just the Penobscot and Passamaquoddy, but all Wabanaki people. Because to us Wabanaki people, we're all family.
Definitely. Definitely. And I do think it's history like that not enough people know about. And so the semi-quincentennial could be a really great opportunity to share that history, bring it out into more public knowledge. And so that's the kind of thing we would really like to be able to elevate, but work with Wabanaki communities to actually share that and do that work.
How were the people on the commission selected? Are they do they represent different entities or the governor?
Yeah, like most typical legislation, the membership was very strictly designated as so-and-so needs to be a representative of, education, appointed by the governor, and another person has to be a representative of local government appointed by, the governor or the speaker or the president of the Senate. And then also the Secretary of State got to appoint a couple of people. So there were different appointment groups made, but it was very much designated within the legislation of sort of what the areas of expertise needed to be. We do have a portion on the Maine State Archives website for this commission. We're working to build a much more dynamic website, and that's coming. But we do have a small portion on the Maine State Archives website for now, which lists the commission members, so you can see who's on there.
Anybody aware of the bill that supposedly was there a lot of opposition to putting Wabanaki?
I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Oh,
Well, so there was not, except for a couple of key members from one of the from the state and local government committee. We had originally had the bill with each tribal community had their own representative, and that was stripped down to only one person would represent all of the tribal communities. And that was a negotiation. Plus, we had to remove we recommended a member of the permanent commission, and they insisted that be removed. So there was some negotiation around the bill, unfortunately, and so that's why a second bill was proposed in the last session to add back each member from the 5 tribes, and that was defeated. So there is still legally within the legislation 1 seat for the Wabanaki communities that is supposed to be appointed by the Speaker of the House. I think the issue has become getting everyone into agreement on exactly who that one person would be that would speak for very diverse communities. That's not easy, but that seat is still open and available.
I remember this, I guess, whole dilemma from last
Yeah.
session. Um, for a while there, I believe Chief Sabatis was willing to step into that role. I'm not entirely sure where that ended. But one of the concerns at the time, I guess I'm curious what the intended outcome of this will be. What is the commission creating? Because there was some concerns that it was just intended to share only positive things when that has not been the reality for Native people in Maine. And if we don't do the entire topic justice, we're just doing more harm than good. So, yeah, what would be the outcome? What are you creating?
Yeah, that is a really important question, and that's something that the commission has discussed. They were adamant that they would never refer to this as a celebration, but instead a commemoration. And that part of that really needs to be looking at the real history, the hard history, and having the difficult conversations of where are we today, based on that history and the values that created America. So it is not by any means just a happy history look at it. But in Maine, at least, I can say, we are looking to really honor and examine the full history. I will add, and it's something that the commission has talked about, there is concern after last week's election, what the national tenor of the America 250 commemoration will be and how that will change or may change, because there's been discussion that it could change. And we're just really not sure where that direction is. Because of that, the Maine Commission has purposely not signed an agreement with the federal level commemoration commission, because we don't want to be tied to whatever they do and whatever they decide. We want Maine to be able to do what we feel is right here, and not tied to what the feds will require.
Okay. Yeah, I remember there was a similar topic of discussion presented at USEC, where there was a lot of concern in that space as well for this exact reason. So I remember at the time they were talking about creating it was like a series of pictures. What is the Maine Commission hoping to create? Is it a report?
No, we're hoping to coordinate. We actually have a staff person, Sarah Hansen is serving as our coordinator. We're hoping to create a sort of a central coordinating venue where people and different communities can create their own programming. We help them to connect. We help to drive sort of the tenor of the content. So that we want them to focus on, a day of service or looking, community discussions around what is democracy today and what does that mean? So sort of, try to come up with some suggestions, again, without any funding behind it. So we really don't have any way to say, here, we will create this program and we will do it. We can just suggest and try to identify partners and work with partners to do it. But that's really, we're going to be a convener of programs and communities around the state. We're not going to necessarily create our own programs or really develop anything from there.
I participated with Valerie Lamont from the University of Southern Maine. And she was working with Senator King's office at the time, and including what we're talking about now in something from the state of Maine. And so I just wanted to add that in there, that Valerie Mont for the University of Southern Maine. And as I said, the phone call I had was with her and Senator King's office.
Right.
Sure that if there's any, availability to get some possible funding for that, she's a good one to reach out to.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So you have no budget whatsoever?
We have nothing. We have requested money in the supplemental and the biennial. But what we're told, what all state agencies are told is that money is going to be much tighter this year. So don't ask for much. So my approach is always ask anyways, because you won't get it unless you ask. It's just hard to tell if we can actually get funding or not. But right now we have nothing. There's a question in the back.
I actually wanted to come specifically for this presentation, the American 50, because about 2 years ago, INATA's American Indian Arts Native Tourism Association kicked off this campaign because it is the first time that they're even asked tribes to, submit stuff. So there is a tribal advisory fund and national that the director of tribal and national partnerships is Jamie Myers. And the director of engagement is Dr. Miggins. So I end up, may have funding for tribes.
Oh, that'd be great.
As a part of their tourism mission, because it really would kind of parallel with if you notice kind of voting and have some cultural relevant things, a display. So it also can be used as cultural knowledge for,
Nice.
tourism and stuff.
Yeah.
It is possible, not that. Not which one, but they're like,
Right.
the advisory group, anything to kind of fun.
Oh, great. That's really good to know. Thank you.
Your commission could have their own advisory group if they not aren't on the commission, but at least.
That's what we would like to do, is get at least an advisory committee together. Again, what I don't like about any of these commissions that the state creates is they don't pay people to participate with their time. And these all take, as you all know, take a lot of time. So that's one part I am working to identify if there's a way to do that.
We're asked all the time, tribes are for, to sit on different things and, some folks, maybe they're your culture bearers and they're a, basket maker or so they're independent, they're self-employed.
Yeah.
And they would have to take time away to do that work.
Exactly.
To be compensated for that.
It's only fair.
To share a little bit of the backstory there for, I guess some of the commissioners who might not know about what happened last session. Rachel Talbot Ross was looking to fill that seat, reached out to the Wabanaki Alliance and the advisory committee composed of advisory council composed of the chiefs. And there was a couple names that were floated around. Chief Sabatis offered to do it, and that was approved by all of the chiefs at the time. And I do not know the outcome of that, whether she's been contributing or not. But I just wanted to share that just piece of information, backstory.
Yeah, last I heard from the speaker's office, it was they have not actually made that appointment because they have not gotten a full agreement from all the chiefs yet.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but I
had.
don't know if the elections kind of slowed that down or what. I'm not really sure because I'm not part of the conversations.
Yeah, I think it did get kind of sticky because it was at the same time we were discussing quite a lot of different legislation, and the lead on that was Brian Colleran, who ended up leaving the speaker's office. So,
Right.
yeah, that might have been where that kind of conversation ended.
I think so.
Thank you both very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Always interested to start at just about zero.
We also have lunch here if you want to join. We're breaking lunch.
Thank you.
Got a sick daughter at home, so I'm gonna run back, but yeah, he's okay. Just call him.
So I'll turn it on to mics in the room. Well, do you want to announce that we're breaking for half an hour?
Yes, sir.
So
We'll be taking our lunch break. For those of you on the Zoom, until 12:30. See you all at 12:30.
Maybe 12:40.
Correction. 12:40. We'll resume at 12:40.
Okay, turn the mics off right now.
And both of those. That shouldn't be a problem. Can we turn up the volume a little bit? The Zoom, do we have any control over that? Don't.
I'm not sure, but if it's obvious, then I'll do it. Okay, I think I just did it.
Are we ready to roll?
So,
Bill, do you mind squeezing?
oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the continued MITSC meeting. If you're following along on the agenda, we are at where we would be at 12:30 if we were following the clock strictly. The review and approval of minutes of the September 13 meeting. I guess I'd open that by calling for any comments, questions, or objections. The proposed minutes.
You're not approving them today,
What's that?
but you're not approving them today. You're not voting. on them.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And Jill reminds me that since we don't have a quorum, we're not approving them today. But at least we don't expect any objections or corrections based on this limited hearing. So with that, we'll move the asterisk off until our next meeting. And we're at the legislative update, which I assume is within Jill's special knowledge.
Yeah, just one thing about the minutes is that I went ahead and I actually drafted the amendments to the personnel policies. So for maybe for the next meeting, you could take a look at that and make sure you're comfortable with it. I think it reflects what the commission decided. That's on page 16 and 17. It's an attachment to the minutes. On the 18.
I see.
Yeah. So just for next time, if you want to take a look at that, so we can get that formally approved. And I guess, should I move on to the legislative piece?
Please.
Okay. So as many of you know, in my former life, I was a tribal court judge. And so it seemed like the jurisdiction of the tribal court where, wherever I was sitting would change from time to time. It would be, and sometimes it was different at Penobscot than it was at, Passamaquoddy. So, it was always important to me to know when the laws became effective. And so, as you all know, we went through the whole process of making sure the amendments to the implementing act were certified. And so they all got in, which was great. But I thought, okay, well, but when do they actually become effective? So I was able to work with Ed Charbonneau, who is the reviser of statutes, and to come up with effective dates. So I just thought that would be helpful for everyone to have those. So that's what's on page 19. And then I also asked Judd Estes Kendall to do a memo or do a chart of what the different tribes have for jurisdiction. Because in some instances, it looks like, maybe they took jurisdiction over domestic violence cases, but another tribe decided, no, we can't take that on right now. So he is looking at that and coming up with a chart because it'd just be helpful. Because at some point, we may do a guidebook for new legislators. And that's something that the Speaker of the House asked for. So I think that kind of chart might be helpful. And also, just for general educational purposes. So we will get that to you when he's done with it. Any questions on these? Oh, and I guess the other thing is I wanted to, we did have a meeting with we had the chiefs and I guess the Wabanaki Alliance was there. And I mean, it was an interesting discussion. And so one of the things that Chief Sabatis had mentioned was, can you guys look at the 151 federal laws that have been passed since the Settlement Act went through and evaluate whether they fall under Section 1735? Are they laws that would affect or preempt the jurisdiction of the state of Maine or the application of state law. And so that's a big project. But I do have a couple of students who are, graduate students and a law student. Someone who has actually got a graduate degree in Native Studies. So I'm thinking it might be nice, just at least for them to collect them. I do think is probably going to need some lawyer analysis, maybe. And those terms alone, effects is pretty vague and broad. And depending on what you're trying to do with it, it could be interpreted differently. So that's a big project. It's kind of looming out there. But I did write to the chief and let her know I hadn't forgotten about it. It's a lot to tackle. But at that meeting, I was hoping that the Wabanaki Alliance would say, oh, we want to bring back, because so many of the bills weren't passed. They, died on the appropriations table. And I wasn't even aware of this one about the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. I wasn't aware of that bill. So I was just wondering if MITSC itself, of the bills that, while were not successful last session, are there any that you want to see revisited? When we talk about employee benefits, there's a statutory change I think that MITSC might want to pursue. But I guess, was there anything that didn't go through that you were really not happy about and maybe would like to see revisited? Yeah, sorry. Well, like for what about you, Rachel? Sorry.
I mean, I thought there was the intention to revisit the Wabanaki Studies bill. As an example.
And I wasn't sure about the Office of Tribal State Affairs, because one of the questions that maybe the Judiciary Committee asked me, because I wasn't involved in, coming up with that idea, is like, well, how would that, what impact does that have on MITSC? It's like, oh, wasn't quite sure. My thinking was maybe, that office was more of an internal office for the sake of the state government itself, to help them, liaison with the tribes, whereas MITSC has its own statutory responsibilities and, scope of work. So, I don't know if how you all felt about that, if that was something you thought was important to bring back, or.
I think if they do bring it back, it would be something important to discuss, so we wind up with that office doing as much as they can to take off our plate, without infringing on our legitimate jurisdiction. One subject area that comes to mind is education. We've been doing it sort of by default. Now we're preempting the field. Maybe it might go more smoothly if there's some stated responsibility within the Tribal Affairs Office for managing things. As I remember, the Tribal Affairs Officer bill was pretty unspecific. And the governor insisted, oh, this should not be a policy position. Well, what's a policy position, and what have you got if it doesn't involve any policy? I think there's a real need for a tribal affairs officer of some sort, but it ought to be more carefully scripted, I think, than the draft that was proposed earlier.
Yeah, there was actually quite a bit of discussion that the Speaker of the House didn't want it to be under the executive branch. So that was an issue. The other thing is that there was no funding for it, or there was funding, and that was the reason.
2 years.
Right, something like that. And I thought I saw a report that the state's looking at a deficit. Anybody read that?
Really?
Yeah.
So I thought we'd been.
I'd have to find that again, but I was like, oh no, that's not good news. So that one ended up, I think, dying on the appropriations table. Same thing with the Wabanaki Studies bill, got as far as the appropriations, and then that was the end of that.
Nice.
I think we never really got to talk about the merger of the Wabanaki Studies bill with the African American Studies bill, where they were, mushed together. And we didn't really have a say about that because the speaker brought that up during a work session. And it just, I thought it was gonna be really hard to administer that because they are very different subject areas, and it was gonna have one council talking to both, areas. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. But they also told us that we couldn't ask for any money. They said like, well, there's like $60,000 that we can use. So, but make sure you don't ask for any money. And then I want to say that it was like a million. She asked for $1 million or $3 million.
Yeah.
And that was like, well, no wonder that didn't go any further. But, so just things to think about, because I think Brianne is doing a great job. She's really, really active in some of the materials she's been putting out in the webinar she's been doing. So she's officially in that position. I wasn't aware she didn't have that as a position. But that's a lot just for one person to have to do. I guess the one with the Constitutional Commission here, the Celebration Commission, I guess there's a seat to be filled, and I guess that's just the following up with the chiefs to see if Chief Sabatis is, if that's still gonna go forward. There's a couple of things that need to be filled, like there's a spot for a MITSC representative on when it has to do with wind power, when there are going to be requests for proposals for development of offshore wind. There's a committee that reviews that, and there's actually a MITSC seat on that. That hasn't been filled.
In lieu of tribal seats.
It's, I don't know about in lieu of. Just do you know there is a MITSC seat? I think there's one other one too. To have a seat. Yeah. Well, if you think of anything that, MITSC should be involved with. I think, I don't have anything more in terms of an update. Legislation,
When does the next session start? January?
I think it's January, but titles have to be in like November. Okay.
We had talked about requesting a name change. I don't know if that's all.
Mentioned, well, we kind of talked philosophically about asking for a name change to drop the Indian from MITSC, Maine Indian Tribal State Commission. I don't know how strongly you feel about that.
Oppose it.
I was just struck by the redundancy of it.
It is the Department of Redundancy Department.
Yeah. Well, and plus Indian, where I think we've moved away from that.
That's also correct. Maine State Tribal Commission. Bill.
Maine Tribal State Commission.
But-
Yep.
I mean, people-
But it's throughout the statute, so you have to, someone have to go and look and see that we're mentioned in various places, not just in Title 30.
It's true.
Would that require an act of the legislature?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're established under Title 30, I think 166212.
If there were removed from that, I'd be glad to draft one.
I think, in order to maintain the, MITSC, MITSC, Maine Indigenous Tribal State Commission. Because we're not Indians, so we are indigenous.
It said intergovernmental.
Oh, intergovernmental. Maine Intergovernmental Tribal State Commission.
I personally don't have a very strong opinion. It seems, I don't know, just dropping that. I mean, it does seem redundant to me. Just Maine Tribal State Commission, but that sounds fine to me. And Indigenous sounds fine to me as well. Yeah, I don't really have a very strong opinion though. Others might.
Maybe we'll bring that back on the agenda for
Okay.
sometime when we've got a full forum.
Yeah, something to ponder. Because we were actually going to bring the logo back to deal. Well, did the main flag is staying the way it is, right? It's not going back to 1901. I think we're up to you, Bob, and your
Oh,
fishing report, fishing
Well-
rules.
um, thank you, Jill, for, sorry, the topic now is the update on the Boundary Waters fishing rules. Thank you, Jill, for providing that summary of history of the project beginning at page 21 in today's materials. I just taking it one step at a time, had sort of lost the perspective on the fact that this is a big and a long project. But to get to the point, the last few developments have been that the native group of researchers acting primarily through Dan McCaw suggested that the S33 code, which limits the taking of landlocked salmon to those 25 inches or under, generally be expanded. 25 inches or over, be expanded. The idea being that it would protect those stealthy Atlantic salmon that creep into the waterways and are 25 inches or more. Joe Overlock, who has been our counterpart or working liaison with IF&W, responded that that is a Department of Marine Resources issue because it involves sea-run species, that they had been over that ground maybe a couple of years ago. And I read between the lines that he would not be optimistic that there is going to be further great changes there. But he said, since it's their jurisdiction, we would have to coordinate with them. Interestingly enough, that's exactly what our sea-run report says at page 108 of my edition, that MITSC should foster coordination between IF&W and DMR over sea-run species. So without necessarily pre-planning it that way, we wound up exactly where the recommendation leaves us. Joe Overlock was out of the office when I tried to get back to him on that week 10 days ago, and I haven't heard back yet. But to answer the question, where do things stand? I'm waiting to hear from Joe Overlock how he suggests we coordinate with Department of Marine Resources. I have to imagine it's going to be another Zoom type meeting, and I know some of these resource managers don't like meetings at all, especially not Zoom meetings. But that's probably what's the next step ahead. In some fashion, a meeting between DIF&W, DMR, and the native resource managers that we've been working with. Questions?
And a little administrative detail that I was kind of working on was I wanted to make sure that the maps we're working with are up to date, that we actually show, all the trust land, well, in reservation land, we know. And then it turned out that the IF&W on there is their float app.
Note.
And in their rule book was often listing MITSC waters as tribal waters. And so they're going to correct that. And so, but they don't quite yet have the map to do that. They're going to I think they're get outlined in different colors. So they'll need a third color for MITSC to do that. And then I had asked Penobscot if they had a map because they've got a GIS fellow on board who's about to retire. So they want to have their own maps. So we'll be getting those. And then the one from Joe Overlock as well.
if anybody has, I recommend Jill's write-up to you, and if anybody has questions remaining after that, just call or write me. And I'll ask Nels.
I just did this big write-up because I know the Administrative Procedures Act applies. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are in compliance with it. I'm not sure what it requires, but I know it's got to be a record.
And with that, shall we move on to the employee benefits inquiry?
We touched on this a little bit about MITSC's status. You know, is it or is it not a state agency? And the concern is that MITSC, I don't think has had full-time employees in the past that required having their own health insurance. They had like a spouse that they could get their insurance through, or they were a contractor. So Rachel and I are, you know, your full-time employees, but neither of us can like piggyback on someone else's health insurance. So it is wildly expensive on the marketplace. And I just got my notice saying it'll be like over $1,000 a month. MITSC was good about, I think maybe Paul got it set up, this QSERA plan. It's a under federal law. It's a qualified small employer health reimbursement account, something like that. But it's limited. So it will cost me $12,000 a year, but the government says you can only receive a reimbursement of $6,150. So there's this, you know, big chunk that's not covered, that, you know, so you have to pay out of pocket. And they're horrific policies. Like my policy is a $7,000 or $9,000 deductible. And there's like all kinds of co-pays and things. And I've had it for a year and they haven't paid a penny out yet. You know, I've spent, you know, all that money on it. So anyway, we thought, well, why aren't we in with the pool of all the state employees? Because that's, you know, they kind of tout the reason you should work for the state is because they have this amazing benefit package. And so in terms of, you know, looking at why that is, there's language in our statute that says that, you know, the commission can hire staff, but they are not subject to the state's personnel laws and procedures or policies, something like that, laws and policies. So when I first read that, I thought, oh, you know, maybe that means we don't have to jump through all like these administrative hoops for things like for hiring or that posting kind of thing. But it's so the Attorney General's office is like, well, no, what that means is that you're not eligible for benefits. So Newell did ask for an opinion from the Attorney General on that point. Basically saying, you know, what, in your opinion, you know, are we a state agency? And then it sort of dovetailed with the archives discussion. And I guess the good thing is that they didn't issue an opinion yet. And so at first I was like, where's this? But the more I thought about it, I think, well, maybe it's not a great idea to have that in writing. Because Kim Patwharton, she's the Assistant Attorney General that you may be familiar with. She's seems like she's participated in the meetings and worked on some tribal court things. During the meeting, she said, well, you know, there is a statute that does provide for coverage for independent state agencies. You know, basically what you would need to do is get on that list. So I think I included that statute here. And so that you could be considered, you know, as a state agency for one purpose and not for another. So that seemed like a good approach, like just take it up issue by issue. So I was just thinking like, you know, don't kick a sleeping dog. Is that the saying? And because right now there is no official statement on what MITSC's character is as a state agency or not. There's like two opinions that basically say certain people can't serve as the chair of the commission, like if you're a legislator or you're an active retired justice, but there's really nothing that comes out and says this is what MITSC is. So I am now going to suggest to Newell that I don't think we should ask for this opinion if we don't need it. If the Attorney General's office says, you know, go proceed as if we've told you, you know, your employees are not eligible for benefits, and that's why you need to pursue this. So it would require a statutory amendment, I believe. Yeah, it's on page 26. This is the group health plan. basically says that, you know, if you're an employee of the state, you know, and you're eligible for membership in the retirement system, blah, blah, blah. But then there's this whole list of other entities like the Maine State Employees Association, the Turnpike Authority, Community College System. These are all entities that are outside of the legislature, and they were not otherwise covered by the statute providing for the group health plan. So we would, you know, ask to be included in there, listed in there. So so anyway, that's a legislative fix. But of course, that would also require more funding. We couldn't swing paying for the health insurance, I don't think at this point, given our current budget. And I don't know how the governor is feeling, you know, maybe who does she like best now? I'm gonna put you forward to ask for this budget increase that we would need to provide coverage like all other employees have. And that's not even talking about a retirement plan at this point. So that was a little meandering, but I don't know if you have any questions. So I did, Newell suggested I talk to Judd about it. And he sort of agreed too about not seeking this opinion because you just don't know what the ramifications would be of it down the line. You know, are there unintended consequences that would come from it? So I might suggest that Newell, you know, withdraw his request for the formal written opinion. But we do know what the Attorney General's position or the office's position would be if we started arguing we wanted employee benefits. That's what the position would be, is no, you're not eligible.
Think of the employees being left with that big gap. Sure. What we can do about it right now.
Well, and the other thing is there's a gap too, because right now they're working on the 26, 27 budget. 2025, so it wouldn't be during we would have that extra money in 2025. We'd have to ask for it in the next biennial budget. And also then the whole legislative process would have to go through. So MITSC has quite a bit of savings. So what I was thinking of proposing was that maybe MITSC use some of its savings for this gap year to cover the benefits. I don't know how much they cost because we're not in that system yet, but I could certainly find out what that would look like. Because that would really be helpful in terms of, you know, being able to, you know, have health insurance. Because otherwise I'm almost thinking, you know, I'll just do without it because it's so expensive. And those of you who know what Indian Health Services is like, you know, it's a little, you know, it's great that it's here, but you know, you could be on a wait list for 3 years for something that a committee decides is, you know, you're not a high priority or it's elective or something like that. So you're kind of at the mercy of the, you know, and IHS is underfunded. So, you know, it's not that they're being stingy or playing games, is they literally do not have the money to fund all priorities. So that's a little scary to think, you know, just relying on that. So anyway, that's kind of where we're at. And I don't know that there needs to be a motion because, but just, I want to hear what you think about withdrawing the request for the letter from the Attorney General's office, because I need to let them know.
Bert, raise your hand.
I think for now, I think we might suggest that we pull that letter. You know, because there's, you know, I mean, if there's a chance that we, you know, we can find something, you know, to be able to cover that. And if we wind up finding out that, well, we can actually, you know, do something, you know, maybe through legislation or you know, through the legislators and stuff like that. But in the meantime, I think to have them draft a letter and you know, submit that as their finding, that might do more damage. That's only my train of thought. I'm no legal expert by any means. You know, we do have a couple attorneys available, whether on the commission or staff, that can have a better idea. And then, you know, of course, you know, I think, you know, also running it by Judd, you know, going through that process and trying to figure out, what we can do, because, I really think that our staff needs to be covered. It's just, trying to find ways to do that. I mean, MITSC doesn't have that big of a budget, but not really, not in comparison to what we should. But it's better than it was. A little bit.
Right.
So that's my take, but I think we need more discussion with more of our commissioners, on this. But that's my opinion.
I can come with a more specific proposal with numbers. I did talk to, providers of health insurance, plans like that. And so I did get numbers, and so I can provide that to you, and then have a sense of what MITSC has right now for savings. But and this kind of leads into the financial report. Pat had a medical emergency this week, and she's still kind of dealing with it. So she was in the emergency room. So we don't have, I did send out a late report last night. Hopefully you got it in your email. And that's just a kind of our general fund. So we're in good shape. Nothing's overspent track. The only thing we don't have is we've got 2 grants that have separate accounts, and those are fine. I know we're not overspent there, but this is about all she could do. And then I said, we'll get the other reports out to the commission when she's feeling better, hopefully next week. Oh, and the other thing is that the reason why I couldn't do it myself is that QuickBooks is she's got it on her desktop, which is at our office, and I don't have access to it. There is an online version, so I want to move to that. She was hesitant to do that because she heard it was really complicated to get through and everything, but I don't think we have a choice. I think that they're going to phase out the desktop version anyway. Like a lot of now you don't get discs when you get, Microsoft Word. You've got to go and, download it, and everything gets saved to the cloud, that kind of thing. So that will be, I think, a helpful thing for me, is to be able to get right to the accounts myself.
Staff report.
Okay. So we do have a board report for you on page 28. Just point out some highlights. You want to talk about all that time you devoted to the Common Ground Fair?
Sure. Yeah, well, prior to the fair, Rafi and I did some work on promotional materials that we've passed out today. So we updated the brochure, and we made this wrap card that has the 5 focus areas and some bullet points of specific projects that we're currently engaged in. MITSC is currently engaged in under the 5 focus areas. So we had some good new up-to-date materials to bring to Common Ground with us. And we went to Common Ground we were there tabling for 3 days in the social and political action tent. We're indebted to Katie Donlin, who volunteered all day Friday to help at the table. So that was much appreciated. And then Jill and I covered the rest of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and got around 75 people to sign up for our newsletter, and had some meaningful conversations and made some connections. Like Jill was mentioning, someone who had their degree in Native American Studies and wanted to volunteer with us. So yeah, felt like it was an intense thing to do, but a valuable use of time as well.
It was really eye-opening, the questions we were getting. Oh, I didn't know there were tribes in Maine. Or, like kind of like where are they? That kind of thing. And everybody was pretty positive, or they were really supportive. Oh, I won't say what the most common question was in this public meeting. But there was one fellow from one town, who was like, why are the Penobscots doing this thing? And, and I was able to talk to him, and turned out he didn't have all the facts. And so, what could have been a negative conversation ended up being really positive, and for him to understand more about it. So I was glad at least I had that one meaningful interaction. I think everybody, a lot of people were, had been involved with submitting testimony on the various bills. And it was nice to see them come by.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would like to be recognized.
Oh. Bert?
Yeah, what you just mentioned, that's why I see it's very important for any of us, those, our seated commissioners, anyone, not just our seated commissioners, but anybody really, to take the time when you're out and about. It's something that I've done, for I don't know how many years, but traveling through the state of Maine. Taking time, to educate, I've stopped and I made a point in stopping in the local diners, because, of course, traveling through the state of Maine, at some point you get hungry. And so I just find a place to stop and eat. And I think 9 times out of 10, conversation starts out, actually maybe 9.5 times out of 10, but the conversations start up because it's obvious, I'm indigenous, and, they start, someone will start up a conversation, and I make a point of kind of, increasing the volume a little bit, because I know, people around, even though they might be trying to act like they're not listening in, they are listening. So, though you might be educating that one person that might have questions, you're actually educating a lot more people that are within earshot. So that's what, and it's a lot of times it's a positive experience, because, most of the time, like you said, I didn't realize they were, Native people, or, well, I heard it was this way. But that's a chance for any of us to dispel some of the misinformation that's out there, if at all possible. And I like it when there's young people around, because, the information they normally get is from the adults who have certain, a certain mindset. And so the information those young people get from that mindset is not always positive toward us. So they get a chance to actually hear it straight from one of our mouths. But, it doesn't have to just be us, the indigenous people that are sitting here. One of the things I believe is which is one of the reasons why, I believe I am on the Tribal State Commission is it's a chance to make better relations. And how do we do that? Feed the proper information out there. Yes, we can always make our complaints known, but main thing is those people that are willing to listen. We have, I believe, one of my responsibilities, in my role amongst the Wabanaki communities, period, not just as a commissioner, outside of being a commissioner, my role is for the well-being of all of our people, all of our lands. When I say our people, I'm not just talking about the human beings. That's how we view the territories that we live in. That's a part of who we are as a people. No different than, some of us just walk around differently. Anyway, I'll get off my horse or out of my canoe.
The publications are really beautiful, and the rat card is really helpful, because I think in part this was maybe sparked by the Speaker of the House when she had joined us for that meeting, I think, about legislation. I think that was the meeting. And she's like, well, what does MITSC do? What do you do? And so it's great to be able to hand somebody this and say, you know, here, we work on a lot of things, but here's our 5 priority areas and some of the projects we're working on. So I think it's been very helpful. And you can talk about the library feeding into that.
Yeah, I mean, as you're all aware, we had received a grant a while back to be continuing to work on the MITSC online library. Jill and I and Paul and Rafi have all been working on that project. Paul and Rafi kind of closely for much of the summer, and then Jill and I meeting semi-regularly with them. And then more recently, Rafi and I have worked to do some design work and update the library. So it's kind of a new version of the library that's online now. So I would encourage you to check it out on the website. The homepage is different. The categories are laid out differently. So we believe it's more visually engaging and also much more functional in helpful ways. And there's pages we plan to continue to build out on, but we felt like it was time to launch the new version. And so that's there for you all to check out, please. And we were thinking maybe the next meeting we could actually run through and show a comparison of like old homepage, new homepage, show some of the new features.
I think we already talked about the cultural competency training and where we're at with that. So maybe talk about the audiobook.
Yeah, the audiobook wasn't top of the priority list for much of the summer because we were so busy with other things like the retreat and Common Ground. But recently we reconvened with Carlin of Post Hypnotic Press to discuss next steps in the C-Run audiobook recording process. Rafi was able to finish, the script had to be changed so that it could be labeled for narrators to read really easily. So we had to like remove all the design work that we had done and make it just an easy to read script. So Rafi finished that project. We got that to Carlin. She's now scheduling with our 2 narrators, and then we've figured out our Wabanaki speakers to read the quotes that are in C-Run. So that's all currently being scheduled, and Carlin had located a recording studio that she felt would work in the Bangor area. So it's exciting that there's progress being made on the audiobook right now.
You talked about the process of who we looked for to be narrators and who they are.
Yeah, so we wanted to have a balance of representation for the narrators and the voices, like the direct quote voices. So currently we have Tony Sutton, co-author of the report, who's also a Passamaquoddy citizen. He's going to be one of the narrators, and then Don Neptune Adams is going to be, of the Penobscot Nation, is going to be the other narrator. And then in terms of reading the direct quotes that Tony had collected and put into the body of C-Run, we have Dwayne Toma of Passamaquoddy tribe who's agreed to read, and also what's the new woman's name?
Zeke.
We just had someone agree to be a reader from Holton Band of Maliseet, that Zeke.
Desiderio.
Okay. Yeah, so we wanted as much as possible to have representation of the different tribes.
Very exciting. So it's really moving forward. Yes, and then
Everyone, I first off, I think that's all great. Doing some great work there. I want to say thank you. I also have a bit of a nitpicky question here. On the agenda, it says staff report. On the actual report here, it says board report. And I'm wondering, that word board, is that one that we've used in the past?
no, that's a mistake. Should be commission report. or report to the commission.
Okay, okay, that would,
Yeah.
that'd be,
Yeah,
okay,
I was working off of a different template, sorry.
sounds good.
Uh, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was kind of trying to figure out, what board was this?
Sorry. Apologies. I've been on a lot of boards. I think that's probably part of the problem. But yeah, I'll correct that. And then, it was hanging over my head was that you needed an annual report. And Paul managed to sneak out the door before, this.
the last time we did one?
He did like a 2-year one, I'm gonna say maybe was it 21 or
I think it was
21?
2020 and 2020. No, it must have been 2021 and 2022.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I'm actually not sure when these are due. Are they doing them on a fiscal year? Are they doing them on a calendar year? But we have to do one and provide copies to each of the tribes and to the governor's office and to the judiciary committee. So I just wanted to do something that was also like a marketing tool for us to help develop public relations and raise the profile. So, this is just my own on publisher, but I will be working with Rafi on the 2024 one, which is coming due. So if there's anything in here that you particularly like or you don't like, let me know, because it's just for formatting purposes. And I apologize, I mislabeled one person in the picture.
Dwayne Toma got
Misidentified. So,
on the last page.
yeah, I apologize to him very much.
Is this already gone out?
No.
We can fix it on the online version.
Oh, I'm less concerned about that, just the drum roll. Getting it proper attention.
It is posted on the website. So it's in the,
Okay, that's right.
it's in the MITSC library right now under the category of MITSC, not reports, because it's
So, and I guess kind of looking at the challenges, of course, we mentioned that we didn't have a quorum today, because the commission does have 4 vacancies, for the governor's appointees. And so I guess, this may be a question for Newell, and I don't know, Bob, you seem like you have a good relationship with, what's his name? Jerry Reed. I don't know if he's in charge of finding these.
I suspect that that task falls to him, and if what you're getting at is, would I be willing to give him a nudge? Yes. But,
Well, Newell spoke with him last, and so I kind of would like to,
okay,
you two could talk to, maybe you could talk to him. That might help, because you have both a tribal and a state. Well, he's chairman, but good to have kind of 2 people. It would be really good to get those vacancies filled. And I already complained about not having enough money for benefits. So but MITSC has been historically underfunded, and yes, the funding did go up dramatically from like $111,000 one year to $268,000, which is a significant increase. But it's still, I think the permanent commission gets like $1.5 million. And it's sort of like, why, when they've got a bigger staff. And so, I'm kind of like, what happened there? So, I am just kind of looking at, some comparisons. But now I'm also developing a budget that's, what they call a zero-based budget. So this is what it actually costs to run the commission. And that's what I would present, to, the Judiciary Committee when we get to that point, and the Commissioner of Finance. And then we could really use an administrative assistant because, I'm looking at this archive project and I'm just like, wow, that's a lot of almost, not the highest order, doesn't require, a doctorate to, do that, but somebody just to physically sit down and say, okay, here's the guidelines, and go through each of these file folders and decide which of them are keepers and which can be destroyed, that kind of thing. So I think it would be helpful if we had that, but we don't really have the space. I was just thinking like logistically, how would we even do that? But that grant that I did put in for, was to fund administrative assistance. So if we get it, we can figure that out, but that's just kind of a long term on the wish list. And then just, getting somehow into a better relationship with the governor's office. Storing that. For it to be recognized.
This is why, I mean, I've mentioned it in the past, I'm still adamant about the fact that we do, need more, more people, more staff. I mean, I know, and I want to, I'm grateful. I want to make sure that, our current staff, realizes how grateful and thankful I am for all of the work that you put into, keeping this commission, moving in a good direction, with all the information that we as commissioners need. But I'm adamant about the need to boost the amount of staff that we have in order to ensure that the work that y'all are doing continues in the most positive way and without creating more hardships on you, because I know it can become pretty stressful, and I'm sure that my fellow commissioners would probably agree. And, it's just trying to find a way to do that, and I think this a constant push. I mean, it's nice. It's really nice that we got the increase that we have, but it's nowhere near what we need. While I'm on that topic, I wanted to question on the tribal side. Were we able to, get them to cover, what's been asked?
Chief Francis said they're cutting a check. Well, that's good news. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. I did get a call from a commissioner who said that her chief was upset to get my letter. And I tried to, be clear that it was a contribution and we weren't really, but it did come with an invoice because I know that they won't write a check without having an invoice. So that was included. And, so commissioner felt like they were really in a bind and that I should have reached out to the chief directly to tell them about these coming. And so that's actually one of my questions is, what's the proper chain of communication between MITSC and tribal leadership? And so I think that, I would go to the commissioner from that tribe if maybe we needed something, from that chief or to get in connection. I don't feel that unless you tell me to, that I should be the one in having that relationship with tribal leadership.
Well, I think that, and some of our commissioners that are here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've done that. We've put out to our respective commissioners from respective, tribal governments to connect with them. And I know on my part, I have discussed it with my chief in the past, and I know that Darren had also a similar conversation with our chief. So I think that's the way we normally would hope things would go. But we are in a situation where we do have to kind of take care of the budgetary expenses that we incur. So I Joe, just so you know, I don't think you were in the wrong on it. That's from me personally. And I think that we as commissioners need to do all we can to get that, stay in contact with our tribal leadership. Sometimes it's hard. I know. We don't always get the feedback that we need, but we need to keep pushing. That's one of our responsibilities here. We represent our respective governments. And, yes, we can't make the decisions on behalf of our tribal governments. However, we need to make sure that we maintain that communication. And that's hard. And I don't know if our vice chief is still sitting there.
No, he had to leave.
Darn it, because I think sometimes if we can't get right into the ear of our chiefs, we do have vice chiefs. We go, I'm retired military, so a chain of command. So I think we'll do it that way. We'll focus on that. Maybe submit just a quick apology for if for the misunderstanding. That would be my suggestion. But I really think that we have put out the word through our commissioners, and it's a matter of whether our commissioners stepped up and did that. And of course, I can't speak on their behalf. So.
Well, it was, and the letter I sent wasn't really, it was more reporting what the commission had decided. And, and that's what I was following up on, what the commission had decided. It wasn't really a marketing letter. I didn't say, this is why you should make this contribution, but I could, but now we have an annual report and we've got, the rack card, things like that, is to send information so I can actually see what they're getting for their money and that there is actually benefit coming back to the tribe. So, I didn't take that step, and I can certainly do that to follow up. And I want to say, and I really do appreciate it because so many times I have, reached out to a commissioner and said, hey, could you reach out to the chief because we need to see, this appointment, or we need, this or that. And they've been very responsive. And like even just this week, Zeke was in touch with the chief on our behalf, and things just happened once he got involved. So it's worked really well for me. Thank you. Yeah, the next thing is I just listed all of the things that events that happened, and Rachel and I tried to cover them. And I think we did a pretty good job of that. And, and people appreciate MITSC being there, being represented. And it's, again, it's that conversation starts. It's like, well, what do you do? And you can talk to them about that. And we actually did get to see a couple of the cultural sensitivity and sharing trainings. It was good to see what's already being offered. But it also became clear that what we're planning on doing is going to be different. And, it's serving a different purpose, and it's actually probably going to be more intensive in a way. So that was helpful. Want to add on that, or?
No, just I guess that, those opportunities to interface with a larger community feel really beneficial. So I'm always grateful for those.
Also, we have to be aware that it's occurred to me that all these meetings get planned in October, maybe because the summer's over, it's before the holidays. So, sort of back to back to back for planning purposes. And then, I guess maybe we're up to more questions to ponder. I think we covered the first two. Then we got asked to partner with another organization on an event or a project. And so I was just thinking, well, what are the guidelines? When does MITSC agree to be a partner on something? And it would be helpful just to have some guidelines. I mean, I think I know what they are, but it would be helpful, I think, to have it in writing, because there was an individual from a non-federally recognized tribe was doing an event. I think it was at the University of Southern Maine. And it wasn't directly on point with what MITSC was doing. And so that's kind of was what I basically decided was well, this isn't really central to our mission. And So we didn't say we were gonna partner it. The other thing is, I didn't have any money, that's what they wanted. But I just thought, it would be really helpful to have guidelines to follow, when we are asked to partner on an event or a project. Because the other thing is, the Wabanaki Alliance is an advocacy group. And MITSC is supposed to be neutral or, working collaboratively, not more on one side or on the other. So, do we need to be careful about that? Guess, or maybe it may depend on the event too. If it's just an educational event for the public, that's fine. But yeah.
Sounds like the executive director's or managing director's discretion is a good way to guide these things. Seriously.
Oh, well, appreciate that.
I mean, it's going to be case by case. What
Yeah.
comes up and somebody, looking into state recognized tribes in USM that's not correct, connected to your priorities is not for us either.
Okay, well, that helps. And then I looked in our financial policy, doesn't say anything about when we need to do a request for proposals. Because we are outside the state system and we're independent, I'm used to working with the federal government and tribal government, that, if it's a contract over a certain amount of money that you're looking at, you do have to do a request for proposals. So just maybe something for the commission to think about, like what's a dollar limit at which, you feel like you need to show that there was some competition for it. Or is it the kind of project you're looking at? Because a lot of the type of help we need really people with specialized knowledge and background. So maybe it's not good for a big, open competitive process.
I think that, from just my own experience here on the commission, I don't think that was necessarily the big issue. It was more of being able, having the information. In other words, that we can educate ourselves, that in order to make an educated decision, whether or not we're going to, go, seek this particular proposal. Now we do rely on our staff to be able to pull together what information that you can about any particular grant proposals or whatever we may need. But in order for us to make those, make a decision whether, we should go for that or not. But I don't think that there's I don't remember anything, in regard to trying to figure out, all these other things that you're talking about, in regards to, all the different proposals, or do we have people trying to, other organizations, offering this or that, a lot of times it's our staff that's been in the process of trying to find them because, they're we have to hunt for them, because of the unique nature of this commission. So, trying to find something that falls, in that area that can work with us and that we can work with as well. So I know that's just my talking, my train of thought, and I'm not any expert in that area. I'm just speaking on, what I have, how I view it. And I know we have other commissioners, and we have Bob sitting there. He's a pretty bright individual, and he has some experience that dwarf me. I mean, that I'm the dwarf in that category. So anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Well, just, something to think about. Because, when, if you get new employees and they start, it's good to have those expectations set. And then, and just decisions to make at the next meeting. We'll come back with a draft of the memorandum of understanding between MITSC and the archives and the University of Maine. So that will be something you'll be hopefully be reviewing in January. And then, I wondered whether there should be a committee to help bring MITSC into compliance with the archiving requirements. I don't know that that's that helpful. Maybe a committee to just help with guidelines, or it was just a thought whether or not that would make any sense.
I bet there'll be a lot of questions that come up. Question is, how many of them need to go to the full folder commission? But every one of those folders is going to have.
So,
I would nominate Darren because you're not here.
exactly, yes. Yeah, it's probably his students that will be asking to look at them, It is good that the University of Maine is willing to, house them there because it'll keep them close to the Wabanaki, Center and this Native Studies program. And then I already talked about health insurance. And then I do want to, just, go on the record as, thanking certain people. I mean, I thank all the commissioners for all their work and their responsiveness, but Ed Charbonneau was really wonderful in helping, work through the whole effective dates of the laws. So I appreciate he was very responsive. And then to Katie, who's been really helpful to us when, staffing different things. And even when she attends meetings, she always pitches in. So we're really appreciative of her and of her assistance. And then Rafi and Rachel just did an amazing job with the creation of the materials for, really right before the Common Ground Fair. And they just did such a beautiful job and they did so quickly. So you're so blessed to have them. They're just very talented people. That's all I have for that. Do you have anything else you'd like to report?
I think so.
This last topic is sort of a more food for thought because this goes along with the freedom of access law, which is, the same law that the archiving sort of falls under the same idea of this transparency and, openness. And all of your meetings are supposed to be open to the public. And MITSC does a good job of that and letting notice be out there. But you're also supposed to have a policy that, if the commissioners are not here, you're supposed to have a policy about remote participation. When is that permissible? And so I think we probably do need such a policy. I started reviewing them and actually, I think this is the University of Maine's it was pretty good because, they talked about when distance is an impediment for the commissioner to come to the meeting, that can be a reason to participate remotely. If there's an illness or yes, emergency, urgent issue, illness, temporary absence from the state, but then the significant distance that a member must travel or inclement weather, and then whatever is determined by the chair. So I don't think it will really change what MITSC's been doing, but you're supposed to have a policy. And so it would be good to put something in place. If you feel kind of comfortable, that's sort of my thinking of where I would start when I was drafting something for you to adopt. I think the remote meetings happen more with COVID. And people like it, but.
That's the kind of thing that you ever get caught up in another court scrap. Just as happened with the first time around. Scott River case. Somebody's going to go through it and say, well, so MITSC voted to do this. How many people were there? Did you give 7 days notice? And what's your remote attendance policy? Well, you don't have one. Well, that makes the whole thing invalid.
Right. And I do believe we're supposed to create some way for the public to actually participate in the meeting. Right now, they can listen in. And I'm not sure if it's like through a chat function. I need to look into that more. Because the way the legislature does it seems like sometimes you can ask to be recognized, maybe at a public hearing.
That might be it.
Yeah.
Public hearing, yes. Work session, no.
So, I mean, the meetings are accessible to the public if people want to come attend in person.
Right.
But And I suppose maybe we could also say, reach out to us if you want to be.
Because they're not zooming in.
Right.
And in order for, someone to say, I've got a question from the public, then we'd have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because like the fishing rules, we don't know which way that's gonna go. We're hoping it'll just be a technical corrections. But if we had to do an actual public hearing, people were supposed to be allowed to, give comments to the commission. How are we gonna do that, especially if you're using remote means?
Yeah, notice and comment proceeding, you'd have to allow people to participate.
Oh.
Cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, we'll look into that. Next meeting is in January. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, January 10th.
On getting Joey's helping get a space for us. So we've got a couple of things will be carried over to January, so the semi-quincentennial. And then the minutes. And then you'll have maybe the MOU to approve and maybe a remote hearing policy. So if there's anything else that you think of that you would like on the January agenda, if you could get that to me, because what I do is I draft the agenda and then I send it to Newell for his review, and he usually approves it and then it goes out.
Hey, Jill?
Yes.
I would suggest, I think, you mentioned maybe going ahead and drafting something, in regard to, the remote, whatever it is. I would suggest that because, of course, we're not in a position right now to make, to vote on anything at the moment, but I would suggest, maybe by the next meeting, maybe have drafted something that and contact any of our other commissioners that might have an idea on how to work that. I mean, you yourself, I know, are pretty intelligent. You can draft stuff, and bring that to the next meeting, or even prior to, so we can kind of look at it. We have some
Sure.
thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'll try to circulate it early. Because I think the thing that's been occurring to me is that here we're going to all these events and getting the word out about MITSC and creating these publications. Well, people are going to start, wanting to come to meetings and looking more at what the commission's doing. So I think it's kind of good to get some of these things in order.
Is there other business to come before the commission? If not.
What?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
If not,
Hand position.
we could entertain a motion to adjourn. And since aside from the de facto chair, there are only two of you, that's Bert and Newell. Somebody want to move to adjourn?
Well, actually, there's more of us on here. There's Zeke, there's Sam. Yeah, but anyway, I'd move.
No quorum to.
Yeah, that's right. The tree falls in the forest and things.
Something about Robert's rules, you're not supposed to have to vote on certain things, like motions to adjourn. I can't remember, some arcane rule about that.
This is the for dummies version.
Okay, so I won't make a motion, but I'll make a suggestion.
Right.
Ending meeting. Chairperson ends the meeting by adjourning or closing the meeting. There's unfinished business, take it up the next meeting. Blah, 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 blah. Before adjourning, must inform of any unfinished business? No. Make any important announcements? Done. Motions to reconsider a previous vote? Not today. Make a motion to reconsider and enter? No. Give notice of a motion that will be presented at the next meeting if the motion is one that requires notice. And formally state that the meeting is adjourned. Therefore, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Everyone, have a nice day.
Thank you, everyone.
Do you want,
Wish your brother well.
do you want any more of these or
Oh,
shall I mail
thank
them?
you.
I mean, I can throw them in my car with all this.
Yeah.
Have one.
Oh, certainly, yes.
Did you say you got steaks and stuff there?
For brave and taking on, I don't know if you even aware, but taking on anything having to do with the attorney.
Oh, Rachel.
What?
Rachel,
Yeah.
did you get my, what I sent you?
Oh,
Did you shut the live stream off?
oh,